Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
Live from PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Fox Sports Ohio brings you Cincinnati Reds baseball. Tonight, the beginning of the final series of this 2015 season during the regular season as the Reds take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Hi, hello, and welcome to Pittsburgh, everyone. Along with the crafty left-hander Chris Welch and Jim Day, I'm George Grant. Hard to believe, but it was 6 months ago that the Reds and the Pirates started this 2015 season at Great American Ballpark. The Reds swept the Pirates, won the first 5, and we figured then this series would mean a lot. It does to the Pirates, not as much to the Reds.
Well, George, it's football weather here, but you know what that means. So you're either playing football or you're watching postseason baseball, and that's what the Reds are looking at. The Pirates are going to do. They're going to play on Wednesday against the Chicago Cubs. The Pirates will. The only question right now is where will that game be played? Will it be played here in Pittsburgh for the third time in a row, or will it be in Chicago when they've got to play that one-game wild card game?
Well, what's on the line here? The Pirates' magic number is 2 to clinch home field advantage for that. Remember, they made the postseason, winning the wild card the last 2 times with wins at home. The Reds trying to shake a 12-game losing streak, and Chris, the story for the Reds in the second half has been Joey Votto, and it continues today.
You know, it's amazing, George, the kind of second half that Joey Votto has had, and yet the Reds are still have a 12-game losing streak. If you need an exclamation point to tell you that baseball is a team game, you don't really need nothing more than that, because you've got one of the best players in the league having one of the best years in the league, and still you can't find a way to put a W on the board. Maybe that will change tonight. Some
personal numbers, some team numbers, all part of the story of this night. When we return, hey, the Reds have had some pretty good numbers overall against the Buccos this year. JD will have that story next on Fox Sports Ohio.
USA Regional Tourism Network. Say close to CincinnatiUSA.com.
By Chevy, check out their award-winning lineup only at your Tri-State Chevy dealer. And by Skyline Chili, feeling good. It's Skyline time. October has arrived with a thud here in Pittsburgh. It's going to be a chilly night at the Yard, and Pittsburgh would like to improve on their chilly ways against the National League Central this season as part of our Elk and Elk storylines. Pittsburgh obviously has an awesome record, but you look at the numbers against the Central, and they're really unbelievable. They have a losing record against everyone in the Central, including the Reds. Even if the Reds got swept, they'll win the season series against the Pirates. 32-41 overall versus the Central, and 64-22, almost a 75% winning percentage against the rest of Major League Baseball. As we go back upstairs to George Grant and Crushwell's, boys, they better turn that around because they've got to take care of business against the Reds this weekend, a Central team. They've got to take care of business against the Cubs, a Central team, and then the Cardinals will be waiting. So they better turn it around or it will be an early exit.
JD, the onus is on you. You're in charge of runs tonight down there by the dugout. Get down to those bats, all right?
Oh, they may be in trouble then. Don't leave it up to me.
Jim Day down by the Reds dugout, ready for this one, game one of the three-game set. Game two tomorrow. It'll be Brandon Finnegan against A.J. Burnett. We'll be on the air with Reds Live at 6:30, the game at 7. And then don't forget on Sunday, it is that odd start, the 3 o'clock start, Josh Smith against Jay Happ. Let's check the Reds lineup for Brian Price, brought to you by Meyer. Tyler Holt just picked up off waivers from the Cleveland Indians. Already he's had a chance to show what he could do. Speedy outfielder who played brilliantly for AAA at Columbus this year for the Indians. Joey Votto, you talked about the records that he's in search of tonight. Todd Frazier will hit in the number 3 spot. He's in at 256. Frazier 13 home runs the last 2 years against the Buccos. Brandon Phillips sits in the cleanup spot. Jay Bruce behind him. Eugenio Suarez is the shortstop. Adam Duvall will get the start in left, and this is a cavernous left field here at PNC Park. Ramon Cabrera, the AAA catcher at Louisville this year, will catch Eva Sampson. Sampson hitting in the 9th spot. And on the mound for the Pittsburgh Pirates, Chris, it's a double dip of 2 toughies. One's a righty, that's Cole. The lefty is Francisco Liriano, and he's pitching his best of the year.
Well, he is, George, and the Pirates have won a lot of games when he takes them out, especially recently. They've won 15 of 16 as the last start, so they expect to put a W on the board when Liriano takes them out. Interesting guy, really, Liriano is, because he'll throw fewer fastballs as a percentage of the overall number of pitches he throws than just about anybody out there. He loves his slider, he loves his changeup, and he's not going to change that until batters stop chasing that stuff that he bounces in the dirt. You're going to see a lot of swings of pitches down in the dirt tonight. That's the way he makes his money.
They've given him an extra day or sometimes 2 between starts during the month of September to try to get him into peak form for the postseason, and he's pitching his best baseball of the year. His 31st start this season, that ties him for his most in his career. That was back in 2010. The guy who came up in the Twins organization and of course pitched briefly for the White Sox and then came to the Pirates, where he has anchored the left side. When he dots the I, that down and away pitch to right-handers, he is oh so tough. Here's Holt in at 120, no homers, none knocked in the leadoff spot for the Reds. Very seldom do the Reds make a move late in the season, but this is a young man who really caught their eye for Columbus in AAA in the minor leagues, and he played so well in the postseason. He's an outstanding defensive outfielder, plays all 3 outfield positions, runs well, steals bases. And I guess, Chris, the best way to describe him, he's an energy guy. He brings energy to every club he's been on.
Well, you know, they've had a chance to take a long look at Tyler Holt because when he was with the Cleveland Indians, of course, they shared the complex down in spring training in Goodyear. So they've seen plenty of Holt, and unfortunately, as a leadoff hitter in this ball game, he goes down on strikes.
Well, for Francisco Liriano, that's his 2001st strikeout of the season. That ties his career high, originally set back in 2010. So 2001 strikeouts. Set back in 2010, he ties it. Here's Joey Votto in at 317 with 29 homers, 79 knocked in. 47 straight has been on base by a hit or a walk. That started back in August, the 11th of August. for Joey Votto. Remarkable numbers, and he bounces this one a 2-hopper to the second baseman Walker, and he's retired for the second out and for the first time in this game. Let's check your core defensive alignment for the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Pirates hit well, pitch well, but they don't feel well. They are worst in the league defensively in terms of numbers of errors. They have committed 119 compared to 89 for the Reds. But they're brilliant in the outfield. Marte, McCutchen, and Polanco cover more ground than any other outfield in the league. Jordy Mercer is back at short. Walker is a double play combo. Ramos Ramirez, his final year, is at third, and Alvarez is over at first. There's a bouncer down to the shortstop, and Frazier's retired, so the Reds go quickly 1-2-3. To the mound, Kivas Sampson. Frazier goes to third when we return. Nights in April when it seemed like wasn't really baseball weather, that kind of a night tonight. Todd Frazier's blowing on his hands, and boy, he got sawed off on that Liriano ground ball, trying to keep the hands warm as we go to the bottom of inning number 1 here at PNC Park. A stinger on the hands after that jam job by Liriano. Let's check the starting lineup for Clint Hurdle and the Pittsburgh Pirates, trying to clinch home field advantage for the wild card showdown. Gregory Polanco in the leadoff spot. Starling Marte will bat second, and McCutchen will hit in the number 3 spot. Aramis Ramirez always gives you big power, 17 home runs this year. Neil Walker, Alvarez, Cervelli the catcher, Mercer, and then Liriano, who has a homer this year, the first of his career. And on the mound for the Reds, Kivas Sampson, Chris.
Well, he makes his 12th start, Kivas does, and out of the 11 that he has started, he's gone 5 innings in 6 of them. So he's a guy that really could use a good start right here to leave a good taste of what Kivas Sampson is all about in the mind of all the evaluators that are here watching the ball game, including the coaching staff, of course. And some of the front office people are here watching this series. And you got to figure he knows this is his last start this year. The Reds have given a tremendous opportunity to start 12 games in the major leagues. That doesn't happen very often. And at some point, the patience runs out.
And he is not alone in that respect. This is, of course, the 108th start by a rookie. That continues the Reds record, and 62 straight beginning on the 29th of July. Popped up left side. Is there going to be room? There will be for Frazier in the coach's box. He'll haul it in. 1 away. Polanco retired. Here it is for this year. The Braves rebuilding down in Atlanta with 63. Distant second. The Rays and the A's at 49, and the Phillies at 48. And the other interesting race is, of course, right now the Phillies are 1 game worse than the Reds. Not the kind of a race, Chris, that you want to be in, but right now, if the season were to end today, the Phillies would have the number 1 pick in the draft. The Reds are 1 game better than them, so these two organizations will be looking at that as we head to the postseason.
I think that list we just showed you of the teams that have started the most rookie pitchers this year, they'll all be in a very nice spot when it comes to the draft list next year.
Here's Marte, who's finishing in the right mode. He's in at 286 overall, but during this month of September into October, he's 367 over the last 11 games. And during the month of September, hit 311. That's when you want to turn it into high gear, and he has. This is speed in this outfield, good defense, and good offense, too. Popped up down the first base line. Votto giving chase. Won't get there in time. And it's no balls and 2 strikes.
Now, the one thing that Kivas Sampson will learn about the Pirates, and I think he made his major league debut against the Pirates, but he will find out that if he's around the strike zone, they're going to swing the bat. They're not a team that likes to sit back for long and try to work walks or anything else, especially the guys at the top of the order. And throwing strikes is really what it's all about. A couple of starts ago, Sampson had his best start when 5+ innings, gave up only 1 run. Last start was his worst. And a lot of that has to do with being able to throw the ball not only in the strike zone, but in good spots in the strike zone.
Started out 2-0 and then has lost his last 6. So trying to end on a smiling side of the scoreboard is number 48. Did he go? Yes, he did, says the first base umpire Mike Everett. Now check your forward defensive alignment for the Reds behind Sampson. And the outfielder, Adam Duvall, will get the start at left. Tyler Hope, good speed, good defense in center. And as usual, Jay Bruce over in right. Frazier, Suarez, Phillips, Votto across the infield. And Cabrera behind the plate. That's your forward defensive alignment. The Reds 6th in the league defensively with 89 errors compared to 15th in the league for the Buccos. Cabrera getting a chance to catch Sampson, who he caught at AAA. And here's Andrew McCutchen, 293, 22 homers, 95 knocked in, as the center fielder for the Buccos. And Chris, we remember back in the start of the season when it didn't look like he was 100%. We didn't see him in spring training because now the Reds train in Arizona, but it looked like either it was an abdominal injury or a knee injury, and he didn't say boo, didn't say anything to anybody, but when you talk to him privately, he said, I'll get there. And I guess he has gotten there. He's back where you expect him to be.
Well, he had a very slow spring, and a lot of people were wondering what it was. It did finally come out that it was a knee injury. In fact, in his first 25 games, he batted .185. And he finally said, and it was a quote in the paper that people remember, is I'm tired of going 0 for freaking 4. And it was pasted just about everywhere. And it may have been the last time he did that was way back in May, because he has really carried this ball club ever since. Not having an MVP type year, mainly because he got off to such a slow start. But every year, year in and year out, as far as the team MVP for Pittsburgh, McCutchen is the man.
He's only 1 away from his career high in runs batted in at 95. He needs 1 more to reach that. Sampson strikes out 2 in the first. To the second we go. Here comes Brandon Phillips. Bruce and Eugenio Suarez. And Chris, we talk about what a great year he's had, and that strikeout in the first got him to 200, 201 now, and those Pirate pitchers to reach that plateau this season, Cole and Liriano have each done it in the previous 45. For two to do it, Oliver Perez in 2004 and A.J. Burnett in 2013. And in the history of the Pirates, only a couple of left-handers have done it, and two guys that we watched pitch and were pretty tough. Oliver Perez, one of them, but the other guy's Bob Veal. Boy, he was something else.
Well, you're going back to the days now, George, when it wasn't so fashionable to strike out. I mean, the strikeouts are up in baseball. There's no question about that. Hitters have a completely different approach now than they used to. Used to take 2 strikes and then go to right field. Now they take 2 strikes and try to hit it to the second deck. Except for Brandon. I think that he's kind of cut his swing down a little bit. Even though he's been a lot in the number 4 spot in the order this year. The fact that he's using the entire field this year has made him a more dangerous hitter and brought that batting average closer to 300 than it's ever been at this time of year.
291 to start the night with 12 homers, 70 knocked in. No one has great numbers against Liriano on the Reds lineup card. Phillips 258, 8 for 31 overall, but I mean, look at Jay Bruce, 2 for 21. He's at 095. Joey Votto, 4 for 21, 190. So that's the kind of dominance he's had against especially left-handers. Fouled off at the plate, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, he rarely throws a pitch that doesn't have some movement on it. I mean, his slider is a very sharp breaking pitch. There's no loop in the pitch. It breaks down, it has a lot of depth, and his changeup looks like a right-handed slider rather than just a pitch that is off speed.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's a slider right there. Anything that you see moving into a right-handed hitter or away from a lefty is that slider, and he'll throw that about 30% of the time. So by the end of the night, Liriano will have anywhere between 30 and 35 sliders on the board, and he'll throw about 25 changeups, and the rest will mix in with fastballs. That's called being able to put them away once you get ahead. And you've got an 0.96 batting average with 2 strikes.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Brandon. I think the one thing that the Pirates have learned, and certainly Clint Hurdle reads his players very well, Ray Searage, the pitching coach, is when he's healthy, he's almost unhittable. And what they've tried to do, much like Bobby Cox would do with the Braves, once they knew they were heading towards the postseason late in the year, they tried to give him an extra day here or there so he would be healthy when you get to October. That's a little high. 2-2. Phillips has extended this at bat longer than Liriano dealt with the whole Reds first 3 batters in that first inning.
Yeah, that was a quick inning. He didn't even get a chance to work up a sweat. Not like you could on a night like this, but
you can do that, let me know.
Yeah. You know, you're right about him and getting extra rest. This is the 3rd start in a row that the Pirates have given him 1 extra day's rest, and the 2 previous starts were outstanding.
Down to first, Mercer has it. Phillips retired. 1 away, and here's Jay Bruce.
Those 2 extra days, or 2 extra starts that he had on those extra days rest, he ended up pitching against the Dodgers and the Cubs. Both of those games were on the road, and overall he struck out 18 in 14 2/3 innings and picked up wins in both of them. So, you know, some guys maybe meant more for a 6-man rotation, others meant more for a 4 or 5-man rotation.
And there have been teams this year, I mean, the Mets have done it, have gone to a 6-man rotation, especially with young pitchers, to try to space their innings, space their pitches. And in this day and age, just like you talk about swinging for the fences with 2 strikes, is a whole different world than before. You know,
I really thought the Reds were going to go with the 6-man rotation when they realized they had so many young pitchers, and they brought up Brandon Finnegan, and they still had John Lamb in the rotation and all. And as it turned out, they didn't do that. But in order to limit the innings, say, for instance, on a pitcher like Michael Lorenzen, that was one of the options. They decided to put him in the bullpen, and he's been mighty good out of the pen, Lorenzen.
That's a looping line drive into the right field corner, a base hit for Jay. So a 1-out hit for Bruce. As infrequent as they have been against Liriano, he'll take that one. Only 2 for 21 coming in. Here's his base hit.
Hanging right in there, Bruce is. He gets a pitch on the outer part of the plate, and he beats a shift. Well, you know, there's a pretty good crowd here tonight. Fridays, they always draw well. They've got fireworks all summer long on Fridays, just the way they do in Cincinnati. But this is kind of a subdued crowd right now. I imagine that they'll get a little bit more raucous as the night gets on if the Pirates can get something going here.
Well, the magic number 2, any combination of Pirate wins and Cub losses would give the Pirates home field advantage. And here's a high fly ball from Suarez to center field. McCutchen looking up, going back. That's going to be gone. A rocket shot off the bat and into the wind by Eugenio Suarez, his 13th home run, and the Reds are on the board 2-0. Chris, with the wind blowing in, that's a pretty good shot.
The kid's a strong kid. I mean, all you've got to do is shake hands with Eugenio Suarez to figure that out. He's got strong forearms. He's got a really good swing. And something that we noticed really about him from the very first day he showed up, he gets that front foot up and then down on time. And he just takes that ball, which is pretty much out over the plate, right out the front door.
Sweet swing from the Red shortstop. That hits the grass by the Pirate cutout in center field, and the Reds lead it 2-0.
You know, I don't know where the long-range plans the Reds have for Eugenio Suarez, where he's going to play. Of course, Zach Kozart's been a starting shortstop for many, many years here. Suarez playing shortstop right now. There's no other opportunity in the infield. I mean, not unless, you know, your second baseman or your third baseman were either to be moved or injured. You know, is there a room in left field? Maybe, maybe not. But you've got to find somewhere in the lineup for Suarez to play. That guy can flat out hit.
If you can hit, they find a place for you, huh? Here's Duvall, 4 homers of his own. And I mean, right now, you know, the biggest question mark, I guess, health-wise, among the starters, Homer Bailey, of course, is the biggest going into next year. But Devin Mesoraco, if he can catch on the regular basis, if the hip and he feels fine so far, then he's behind the plate. If not, then left field is a spot that is a possibility where he might end up. But right now, left field looks like the one spot where some other player, Suarez might be one, that we get a chance to swing the bat. Shot past the leaping effort of Ramirez into the corner. Duvall around first, heading to second. He'll get there easily with a double.
See, the guys that are hitting Liriano tonight so far, other than Jay Bruce, don't realize that Liriano has been this good against the Reds.
That's right.
You know, Suarez just came over from Detroit and got called up in the middle of the season. Adam Duvall doesn't know the history of Liriano against the Reds, so he's just going to take that pitch and hit it hard. He's hit the ball hard a lot here since joining this ball club in that Mike Leake trade.
And put his name on that left field list too, huh?
Absolutely. And it's kind of interesting because, you know, from what I've been told, and I have not talked to Devin Mesoraco, but he seems to be 100% sure that he's going to be able to catch next year.
Yep.
Which is great news. Now you may want to limit his workload a little bit until you know that hip is 100% healthy. And Zach Kozart has had ACL surgery, and guys come back from that nowadays almost as good as they were before they were ever injured. So, you know, the Reds do have somewhat of a conundrum with Suarez.
I mean, everything Devin has told us is on the positive side as he continues his rehab, and the same thing with Zach Kozart.
Sure hope so, because both those guys, you know, they mean a lot to the ball club. They've got great attitudes. They're the kind of players that pick their teammates up. And I think from that standpoint that Kozart and Mesoraco, especially Devin, I think, considering he was a middle of the lineup kind of hitter, really missed this year from a team standpoint. And that's the one glaring deficiency that this ball club had was, dedication to team on a day in and day out basis that was obvious to people that were not in the clubhouse.
No balls, 2 strikes to Cabrera in at 246. That kicks away, but Duvall will hold there. I mean, it's the old what comes first, chicken or the egg, chemistry or winning. It depends. Sometimes winning breeds chemistry. Other times chemistry can help breed winning. But, and Chris, you worked in a bullpen a long time, and no doubt about it, in March it didn't look like Sam LeCure was where he was the year before in terms of velocity. But you lose a guy like that in your bullpen. There's a line shot to center coming in. McCutchen, he's got it, and Duvall will go back to second. But guys like Cozart and Sam LeCure add fiber to a club. You don't have to yell and scream or whatever, but it's the little things that bring a club together.
Well, especially when it comes to that bullpen. I mean, that bullpen was really the way to set the stage for the failure that this ball club had this year. And I think, Sam LeCure, had he been himself out of spring training, they would never have sent him down to the minor leagues. And it may have been a different story. But you don't judge Sam LeCure on the radar gun. You never did. You never should.
Probably it is most evident in a bullpen. It is really a family of people picking each other up, people not trying to give up another pitcher's runs, people backing each other up. And while it's a family that stays unto itself a lot of the time, it's an important part of any winning team.
If you don't have a good bullpen, you're not going to win.
I mean, look at the Pirates. They're the best bullpen in the National League this year. In any way of adding it up, earned run average, inherited runners, they've been able to pick each other up and pick their starters up as well.
And it's even truer when a few years ago the Reds had starters that nobody missed a start.
Yep.
So they had 5 guys that covered almost the entire season except for 1 doubleheader. But when you have a starting rotation where you have some injuries, when you have Homer Bailey missing the season after just a couple of starts, and then you're trying to piece it together with a couple of rookies at the bottom, even when you did have Leake and Johnny Cueto making the majority of their starts, you still begin to tax your bullpen more than you have in the previous years. And that's where the first degree of emphasis should be made on this ball club, is fixing the bullpen.
2 balls, 2 strikes to the pitcher, Kivas Sampson. The Reds have 2 runs in on a single by Bruce and a homer by Suarez. And Duvall's at third. Here's a line shot. How about this? They'll try to get him at first, and they will.
Unbelievable.
Oh, baby. Well, we've seen almost everything this year. What looked like a base hit that produces a run. Sampson with a bullet throw from right by Polanco. Nailed it first. Take another look. Sampson thinks he's got a base hit, but not with the arm of Polanco and right. They get him by half a step. The Reds do get 2, though, and lead it 2-0.
this button.
Suarez goes deep. The Reds lead 2-0 on Fox Sports Ohio. I'm Jim Day. It's obviously not been the season the Reds were looking for, not even close. But along the way, there have been some good moments. And over the next 3 days, we will count down the top 10 plays/moments of the season. And we'll begin with number 10. And that would be Billy Hamilton, June 14th at Wrigley Field. 5 stolen bases on this night. It's Billy being Billy. Run, Billy, run. When he gets on, we know he's destructive. That tied a Reds record. 5 stolen bases in one game. Moment number 10, 2015 season.
Now this includes, now that we're taking the whole season in, JD, this includes on-field, off-field, everything?
It would include between the lines officially and exhibition events.
Ought to have a pool. We ought to write down what we think is number 1. Cabrera got the worst of that one. All Lazard out to check him out. Another look. Ooh, right on the shoulder. Yeah, those new chest protectors are great for making it easier to and more free flowing to throw runners out. But boy, there's some holes in it, and on that right shoulder, see the difference between the right side and the left side. The idea is the old bulky protectors made it more difficult to unload a throw to second.
Well, this piece right there that we were about to circle will show you that, you know, some catchers don't even wear that. In fact, Ryan Pena's chest protector, he has either taken that off or it never came with that little flap. So, I mean, you're always going to have part of your body exposed, and there's no way you're going to get your hand up there in time to deflect the foul ball. Just part of the trade that makes catchers the toughest guys on the field, without a doubt.
2 balls, 1 strike. Ramirez at 249. 17 homers, 75 knocked in. Came over from Milwaukee to end his career where it started here in Pittsburgh. And ironically, a guy who's in the ballpark tonight who works with the Reds and Walt Jocketty, Cam Bonifay, the former general manager here. Back in the old days, you can liken where Ramirez is now to where Pedro Alvarez is now. Alvarez came up with a lot of hoopla and a lot of thought saying that this guy, boy, this has hit a ton. The left center, back at the wall is Holt, and he got it right by the notch. He picks it off the top of the door out to the bullpen. That's the kind of defense that Tyler Holt gives you, Chris. This is a dandy play in a park that he doesn't see often.
Tell you what, that ball was a long, long way from home plate by the time Tyler Holt got to it. Look how far he has to go. He was playing dead center field and really not sure where he was in that notch or not, but nice play by Holt.
Outstanding job by Tyler Holt. That would have been at least 2.
You know, it's important for an outfielder, an extra outfielder, the way that Tyler Holt, I'm sure that's kind of where they've got him pigeonholed right now, to let the team know that he can play center field. That gives you a whole edge up on somebody who can only play one of the corner outfielders. And, you know, for instance, that would be compared to Adam Duvall, who is a first baseman, third baseman, and then an outfielder, where Tyler Holt can play all 3 in the outfield. So this is, you know, salary drive for some guys, audition drive for others.
Holt made 2 plays against Indianapolis in one game in the Governor's Cup series that were remarkable and really almost single-handedly helped Columbus beat Indianapolis. Here's Sampson's throw down for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike. With runners at first and second early in the game on a single to center field, he threw out the runner trying to go first to third before the runner at second could score. That saved a run for Columbus. Then in the bottom of the 9th inning, there's a hard hit ball under the glove of Frazier. That'll go as an error, so Walker will reach on the error by Frazier. Take another look.
Slashed very sharply the opposite way, and Frazier just tried to play that ball off to the side, and it went a goofy hop right by him.
So 1 out and 1 on. And the other play that Holt made in that Governor's Cup final series came in the 9th inning with 2 runners on in a 1-run ball game. A fly ball over his head, a la Willie Mays. He juggled the ball heading towards the fence, tumbled and fell on the warning track and held on to the ball. I mean, it would have turned the game around. It would have been a win for Indianapolis, and the Indianapolis Indians, the Pirates Farm Club, would have been the Governor's Cup champions.
Sounds like you spent a week in El Paso, Texas, George. Is that where you learned all that?
He's a darn good player. That's the bottom line. In fact, Dean Traynor, the manager at Indianapolis, now coaching here with the Pirates now that the season is over. He came out at batting practice and says, I want to see Holt. I got a bone to pick with him for good reason. Here's Pedro. 26 homers, 75 knocked in. A world of power for Alvarez. He'll give you 25 to 30 to 35 homers, but he'll let in with maybe 20, 25, 26, 27 errors. Those are the kind of error numbers he's had the last few years. They've moved him from third to first. So he'll knock in a lot. He'll give up a lot. And back to Cam Bonifay, but when Bonifay was the general manager and Ramirez was just a young player, he said, give him time. He's going to grow into his body. He's going to be a productive player, and he'll be a long-time major leaguer. Well, certainly Aramis Ramirez has done that, and it's the same story they're tacking on to Alvarez. So give Cam Bonifay credit that he took the bullets back in those days when they were saying trade him, get him out of town, and it wasn't until after he left that he was finally traded.
Well, here's an example about Alvarez and the error point that you make, George. He had 22 errors this year. He's played first base primarily. The next highest number of errors a first baseman in the National League has is Joey Votto with 9. So Alvarez has 22, and the next worst is 9. So that's how defense can really be a major hole in your game when you're that much worse than the average player out there. So in order to offset that, instead of driving in 78 runs, he needs to drive in about 178 runs.
I remember Dick Stewart, right? Stone fingers.
Dr. Strangelove.
Dr. Strangelove. And why did they move him from third? Well, the last 3 years, 27, 22, and 25 errors at third. Full count, 3-2, runner on first with 1 out. And if there is one chink in the armor for this Pirates team, Chris, as they head to the postseason, it is that defense. I mean, yes, the 22 errors, but you look around the field, they do make errors. They lead the league in number of miscues. So in games that are usually 2-1, 3-2, 4-3, not 9-2, the postseason, an error can make a big difference in a club. 3-2 again. Down and in, ball 4. So an error and a walk. 2 on, 1 out, and here comes Francisco Cervelli, the catcher. I guess you'd have to say, Chris, that the deal for Cervelli paid out pretty good for Neil Huntington and these Pirates. The numbers offensively, 299, 7 homers. That's part of the story, but he's taken charge of this pitching staff and has done a great job behind the plate, too.
Well, he was not going to get a chance to play every day in New York. There's no question about that. So it's been a good deal for him on a personal level, too. Of course, whether he stayed with the Yankees or was here in Pittsburgh, they're both going to the postseason. Cervelli's got a lot of power. I mean, he's a strong guy. He doesn't hit a lot of home runs, but he is strong enough to hit it out anywhere when he gets it.
Down to third, but foul. He came from the Yankees for pitcher Austin Wilson, and they've got the market on backup catchers. Stewart, of course, was also a Yankee catcher before coming here. And Chris Stewart, good catch and throw guy, the backup catcher here now. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hard to left. Duval going over, reaches up, hauls it in, and the runners retreat to their bases. Big left field here, so with Holt in center and Duval slash first baseman left fielder, a lot of room to cover in that left field environment. That's what makes this outfield so remarkable that the Pirates have. Marte in left, McCutchen in center, Polanco in right. Any one of those can be center fielders. Great speed. There's a shortstop, Jordy Mercer. 243, 3 homers, 32 knocked in. Pirates weren't dogged a lot by injury this year. Mercer went down for a while, and now, of course, Jung Ho Gong is out with an injury. They miss him a lot. I think you and I were both impressed. We didn't know what to expect from the free agent signing during the offseason. Boy, he's a ball player.
Well, are you talking about Mercer or Gong?
Gong.
Yeah, obviously he's one of the main reasons why the Pirates are where they are, and they were both injured, Mercer and Gong, on a play that was very similar. Has the shortstop turning a double play. Gong was there, and he got slid into by I think Chris Coughlin of the Chicago Cubs in a play that ended up devastating his leg and knee. I think it broke his leg and hurt his knee, and he may not be ready for spring training. Same type of play that Mercer had and was injured on.
Here's a look at September 17th. Gunn cut down at second base, and a decent slide by Coughlin, who plays tough, but you could see the concussion of the leg-to-leg collision and exactly how it bent that leg back. A guy that they miss defensively, but they miss him even more offensively. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 runners on and 1 out here. Reds middle of the infield, double play depth.
Yeah, the eerie thing for the Pirates, that he was the second middle infielder that they lost in almost an identical play. Mercer the same way, covering the bag. He was a little bit late getting there, but he missed about 6 weeks, Mercer did. They're happy to have him back and at least try to plug the hole that is left gaping by Gong.
Tim Timmons had that right hand, almost pulled it up, but then held it down. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes, just missing on the outside corner. Snap foul and out of play. Eighth batter up, Liriano, the pitcher, in the on-deck circle. Popped up right side, that'll reach the seats as well. Got him. Well, the air in the walk, but no harm. Bounce back move, so the Liriano will lead off the next inning for the Buccos. Top of the order up for the Reds. 30 in the morning with a couple of huge Big 12 showdowns. And FS1 is 23rd ranked West Virginia takes on 15th ranked Oklahoma, followed by K-State and 20th ranked Oklahoma State. Then at night on Fox, Arizona State looks for an upset against 7th ranked UCLA and the Bruins. And over on the Big Ten Network, 22nd ranked Michigan squares off against Maryland. Well, here in Pittsburgh, we are expecting rain to move in later tonight and for most of the day tomorrow. The two areas of concern for everybody up the coast, the East Coast, was that storm front along the coast. It's dumping anywhere from 5 to 15 inches of rain to southeastern part of the country. Holt bounces out to the shortstop, one away, and then the hurricane that was heading towards this area this afternoon is veered out to sea, so that won't create a problem. At one point, Chris, we were looking at really 3 solid days of rain, and they are getting pelted in South Carolina, Virginia, up through Washington, but we should be able to get these games in. That's good news. Here's Joey, bounced to second, first time up.
George, you're just a wealth of information tonight. You told us all about the AAA World Series and the whatever the cup they call that, the
Governor's Cup. You
were
part of
Cup,
that.
Yeah.
Your buddy Ken Schnocky at Columbus. He said to say hello to you, by the way.
And weather report, and I mean, maybe you'll give us a fashion report tomorrow. We'll look forward to that.
Well, we'll have to check Jesse for that. You know, Ken Schnocky did make sure that I said hello to you. What do you remember most about your years in Columbus?
I remember Ken Schnocky was about as low on the totem pole as you could get when you started, and he has now worked his way into being a kingpin. And what a wonderful young man he was, and I'm sure a younger version or an older version of a very young man doing a great job. I remember Joe Altobelli and Stick Michael, my two managers there, and we were expected to win. We were told that we were a Yankees AAA farm club, and anything but first place was unacceptable, period. And we won both years.
3-1 Novato. Swing and a miss, full count, 3-2. Altobelli, of course, Joe still lives up in Rochester and does show up at the games there every once in a while. We used to have, before there was interleague play, remember the games used to play up in Columbus for the Governor's Cup with the Indians. Sawed him off, down to third, off balance throw, won't get there in time. It's an infield hit, and Joey is at 48 consecutive games getting on by a hit or a walk, and that's record setting territory, and all told 316 for the season.
I would imagine that's a burden off of him, because he knows as well as any player out there his statistics, and if he's got a string going, he's aware of that. He's aware of the opposition better than any player I've ever been around. And getting a base hit like that in the second time up to keep that string going, probably a big sigh of relief out there at first base for Votto right now.
There is one guy ahead of that, and I think we both would agree to it. That was Pete. Pete knew every record, every at bat, and lived every moment on the field.
Well, Joey has the advantage of being able to study video that is ready for him, processed for him. You know, when it comes to scouting the opposing teams and opposing pitchers. I mean, that's a protection swing right there, and because the shift has got him all the way around, that's the third baseman having to make a very unusual play. He normally makes that play around the third base bag backhanded.
Votto's on with 1 out. 1 ball, 1 strike to Frazier. Bounce foul down the third base line past the Reds' third base coach Jim Riggleman. And as usual, Billy Hatcher's in the first base coach's box for the Reds. And the other thing, back in Pete's day, I mean, he didn't have the internet or whatever to find out records. You know, he did it all by making phone calls and checking it out on his own. Nobody lived the game day in and day out more than Pete did. Swing and a miss. Frazier's retired, 0 for 2. 2 away, and here comes Brandon Phillips, who grounded out the first time. Now, you talk about records, and today, in this day and age, you know, we saw Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa go after the home run record, and every day there'd be a special news conference. Back when Pete had the 44-game hitting streak. Ori went after Ty Cobb. I mean, Jim Ferguson managed all that on his own. You know, the Reds PR director, and Pete just enjoyed meeting with the media every day, entertained them. He wouldn't do it in the clubhouse. He wouldn't want to interrupt and bother his teammates. He'd take everybody outside before the game or after the game. I've never seen an athlete handle the media and the media pressure the way he did during those stretches. Amazing. 1 ball, no strikes to Brandon.
Well, you either fight it or you feed off of it.
Good point. Great point. What impressed you the most about Pete?
Well, I mean, Pete, as great a player as he was, his greatest asset, as far as I'm concerned, was he made the other players that were around him better. He made you aware of the importance of winning an at-bat, winning an inning, winning a game, because that's all there was winning. It wasn't going out and trying to pitch a shutout. It was getting the win for your team. And he made everybody on that ball club a better player. And the fact, you know, that he has played in more winning games than any other baseball player ever is a testament to that.
I think that's the thing he's most proud of when it all is said and done. Liriano to the stretch. Here's the 1-2 to Phillips. Votto dancing off the bag, and Phillips steps out of the box. Liriano steps off the rubber. Waves at it, got him, and that'll do it. I guess he did get a piece of it. I said he did get a piece. So Phillips will live for another swing.
That's one of those sliders down and in that we talked about, how hitters, I mean, it's not just the Reds, it's everybody who faces San Francisco. Liriano seems to read that pitch to be knee high, only to find out that it's bouncing in the dirt. I mean, he's got stuff, but he's got deception.
This one looped past Walker into right, a base hit. So Phillips battles for the second straight at bat and finally plunks one into right for a base hit, and the Reds have first and second with 2 outs.
Or after chasing a pitch down and in, Liriano is going to go down and away with it, and he makes just about a perfect pitch. In fact, he's probably got to be as surprised as Brandon Phillips that this ball is hit as well as it is and goes for a base hit. Second baseman playing close to the bag.
There's Jay Bruce, single to right first time up, and one ball from Liriano. Looked like he slipped as he delivered that pitch. Center field sinking. Here comes McCutchen, and he can't hold. A run's going to score. Phillips will go to third. Coming to second will be Bruce. Jay will have a 2-base hit, and the Reds put a run on the board. 3-0 Cincinnati. Good job, off balance swing by Bruce, and the Reds get a run out of it.
Well, the Reds are getting an advantage of getting the ball out on the end of the bat or right in on the hands. Votto gets jammed. He gets the ball down the third baseman. That's an infield hit. Brandon Phillips goes the other way with a ball that was a kind of a prayer of a swing, and this one way out on the end of the bat. He may have broken his bat, and McCutchen unable to hold on to it. So things are falling the right way for the Redlegs here tonight.
3 runs, 6 hits for the Reds. Now runners at second and third with Suarez, who homered in the second, a 2-run shot after Bruce had singled. Third inning already, the 55th pitch to be delivered by Liriano. Center field single. Here comes one run. They'll hold a runner at third. And Suarez has accounted for 3 runs already, and the Reds lead it 4-0. Another good at bat and good swing from Eugenio Suarez.
Well, the Reds haven't had this kind of lead in a long, long time. Suarez has had 2 good at bats. He has shown himself to be quite capable of going out there and getting a low pitch and getting it elevated enough to get a base hit. The last time was the center field also, but it went over the center field fence. Ray Searage not used to making the trip to the mound like he has a couple of times tonight to talk to his pitcher, Francisco Liriano.
You know, as good as he's looked at times against the Reds, overall, the Reds have handled them in terms of record. He's 1-5 against the Reds, and his ERA is 3.61.
Well, the Reds have handled the Pirates better than any other team in this division this year. They're 10-6 against the Pirates. In fact, the Pirates, if they've struggled at all, it has been against Central Division teams. They do not have a winning record against one Central Division team in the National League. The closest they've come is against the St. Louis Cardinals.
Swing and a fly ball down the right field line and out of play from Adam Duvall. Duvall doubled his first time up. So the Reds have first and third with 2 away, trying to cash in some more. Clint Hurdle had, I guess, if you're the manager of a team that wanted to win the division, but you know, at 96 wins, still is a notch behind the Cardinals, he said plan A, we didn't get there, so we're into plan B. Plan B is win the wild card and move on. And part of plan B is to win home field advantage, because, Chris, can you imagine the raucous nature of Wrigley Field if that game is in Chicago?
I don't know how it could get any more raucous than it was here in 2013 when the Reds had that one game wild card play-in game. I mean, this place was rocking like I've never been in a stadium that was like that. Now, Wrigley Field, yeah, I think whole Wrigleyville would be like that, but they know how to do it here in Pittsburgh, and they've shown that.
That was the game that Liriano won against Johnny Cueto. Dribble down the third base line, but it'll go foul. Here it is. The Cubs have the Brewers. The Pirates with a magic number of 2 to clinch home field advantage against the Reds. Cubs hold the tiebreaker due to the winning the season series 11-8, and as we told you earlier, the Reds have won 10 of the 16 games against the Buccos this year. One ball, 2 strikes. Liriano to the stretch. Just missing. You know, Chris, we remember so fondly 1999, a great year that the Reds had, and the Reds wound up losing the first 2 in Milwaukee. All they had to do was win 1. Action in the bullpen. Jay Hughes loosening. And then went to Milwaukee, lost the first 2, finally won that final game, and wound up in a 1-game playoff against the Mets. Runner going from first. That's in. Oh, it's a call, strike 3. Duvall takes a call, strike 3. But the Reds get some action. An infield hit by Votto started it. A double by Bruce and a scoring hit by Suarez. MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy live look-ins, highlights, replay reviews, scores, StatCast, live radio broadcasts, and a whole lot more. Get the MLB.com at bat app now. Eugenio Suarez swings the big bat tonight in the second inning after Bruce singled. He homered to make it 2-0, and then in the third, after Votto singled and Phillips singled, he knocked in run number 3 with a double. Rather, he knocked in run number 4 with a single after the double by Jay Bruce. Here's Francisco Liriano. The pitcher will lead it off to start the bottom of the third. In at 172, a homer, 7 knocked in. That's a swing that finally produced his first major league home run this year. Who was that? Was it Frank Castillo? Wasn't it? Brian McRae said, if you ever hit a home run, I'm going to retire and buy you a new car. Even in BP.
And he did. He had home run in batting practice, and he bought him a car for a batting practice home run. I mean,
even you had those.
Well, we'll look through how difficult it has been to win that Tundra at Great American Ballpark for all these years.
That was one of the highlight moments of this year for a lot of fans and a lot of us.
Certainly for Rafael Gonzalez.
You're not kidding. Jay Bruce saying it was so great to meet him the next day when they presented the card to him and Jay met the family. He said, you know, the smile on his face, you couldn't wipe it off. It just was pretty special. And ironically, he was driving a Toyota truck too. So good job. JB made him pretty happy with the visit he gave to him. Here's Polanco, fouled out to the third baseman. Not just a good outfield defensively, Chris, a good outfield offensively. How often have you seen left, center, right, 1, 2, 3 in a lineup 2 offensively?
Yeah, it really doesn't happen all that often, that's for certain. And Polanco's a young man, a left-handed hitter that is a very young player. He's still learning how good he can be, but I mean, he's so gifted athletically and as a baseball player that they feel he's going to be around a long time.
That's looped the other way. Pretty good crowd here on a Friday night, the final homestand of the regular season. And Chris, wasn't long ago when we came here when the Pirates were in the middle of what was a disastrous season after season losing streak. Well, on Friday night it was high school football, and you were lucky to have 6,000-8,000 people here. The last couple of years have certainly turned that around. Off the end of the bat, charging is Suarez, and they get him by half a step. 2 away. I mean, even today when we came to town, the Steelers, of course, played last night, and it was 4 pages into the sports section before you got a Pirate story. This is still Steelers, Penguins, high school football, and then the Pirates up and down somewhere between 2 and 4.
Well, yes, until the playoffs get here. I mean, on Wednesday, if the playoff game is here, that wild card game against the Cubs, this place will be jam-packed because everybody loves a winner.
Marte a bullet, but this time gloved by Frazier. Yes, thank you very much, says Kivas. 4-0 Reds. Reminder for you, save the date for this year's Fox Sports Ohio Reds Fest, December 4th and 5th at Duke Energy Convention Center, presented by PNC Bank. Don't miss 2 days of fan interaction with current and former Reds players, including autographs, photographs, and a whole lot more. Reds Fest, fun for everybody. For more information, visit reds.com/RedsFest. Boy, that's become one of the highlight. Talk about the top 10 highlights of the season, the top 10 highlights of the offseason and around the Queen City. It's just become spectacular. What the Reds with Phil Castellini and I mean Zach Gronkowski's done such a tremendous job. From it used to be just a little mom and pop setup the first year, but boy, now it is big time.
I mean, everything they do is big time, George. And this year, you got to figure that staff that the Reds have, I mean, all the way down to the lowest intern, has been working harder than they ever have. I mean, preparations for All-Star game, that went off without a hitch as well as it's ever gone on. As far as Major League Baseball and a city really putting its good foot forward. Then you have the Marty Brennan Golf Tournament at the end of the season, just happened last week. They raised a lot of money, as they always do, for that. That's a super event. And next on the agenda, the Reds Fest. And every year I wonder how they're going to top the previous year, but somehow they were able to do that. Zach Gronkowski and staff have just, it's really incredible what they're able to get done when they really bear down and do it. And they do bear down, or else.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Cabrera. A 2-hopper down to short. Mercer has it. And there's one away here in the 4th. Say, if you're going to ask me who's the most valuable player of the 2015 season, I would say the people of Cincinnati, because of the way they embraced the All-Star game and the way they followed this team, even with the rough year that the team had. But everybody that I talked to, from Major League Baseball to fans from around the country, they were so impressed coming to Cincinnati, the way people welcomed them, the way they helped them with directions and made them feel welcome. And it just it makes you feel good about your city, about the people around it. So a tip of the cap to all the Reds employees who went overboard to make it work, and all the, not just employees or people that work for the city of Cincinnati, but just people that made it such a special summer. There's Kivas. He thought he had a base hit in the second, a 1-hop line drive to right, but Polanco was playing right about in the same spot he was last time. Took the 1-hop bouncer and nailed him by half a step at first base. I mean, that wall in right field, 21 feet high, in memory of the great Roberto Clemente, and that was the kind of play that everybody in the National League knew Clemente could do at any time. There's another one to the right side. Alvarez, look out. He squirts that one into no man's land. And that'll be another error on the first baseman for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and Sampson is on.
This was going to be a tough play for any first baseman, because he fields his ball going away from the bag. He's got to stop and set himself. He never really does. He's still backing up when he squeezes that watermelon seed and it goes over the pitcher's head.
That look from Liriano was like you during PFP in your days pitching. He said, what am I supposed to do here?
Actually, it looked like a beer pong delivery to me.
You got it. And he missed that too.
If he needs a little help, I can help him on that.
You could. There it is. We told you about it earlier. He had 22 coming in, 23rd of the season, and the next closest, Joey, at 9.
You know, interesting though. You wonder, all right, well, what does that error really do? I mean, do you really get, how many more runs have the Pirates given up this year, unearned runs, than the other teams based on the number of errors that they've made?
They'll get one at second, and that's all. The speedy Holt on at first.
And they're second in the league in the most unearned runs given up, the Pirates are. And they're about 10 runs behind the San Diego Padres in that respect. But they're only 10 runs ahead of the Reds. So all those errors really haven't translated into a ton of unearned runs. What it does translate into is more pitches that your pitching staff has to make, more trips to the mound, more trips to the bullpen earlier because those pitchers throw more pitches. So sometimes it's the indirect cost of an error rather than the direct cost of a run scored.
There's Joey. If you joined us late, he bounced out first time up, then reached on an infield hit in the third, and that enabled him to tie Pete Rose for the all-time Reds record of 48 consecutive games, reaching base via a hit or a walk.
You know, with Joey Votto up there, I'm watching Liriano on the mound, and he's an unusual left-hander. The only left-hander I've seen in the league do this year, that when he has a right-hander pitching, right-hander hitting against him, he stands on the third base side of the pitching rubber. When he's got a left-hander up there, he goes to the first base side. And the reason he does that is because when he's facing a left-hander, his slider is going to be his best pitch, and that angle that he gets when he's on the first base side of the rubber gives him the best angle. When he faces a right-hander, his changeup's the best pitch. So you see where his toe is right here. And he's way over there on the left side of the rubber. You don't see too many pitchers move that far on the pitching rubber at all. You find a hole and you stay with it.
There goes Holt. Here comes the throw, going to be high into center field. Holt's going to try to go to third, and he'll get there. That'll go as a stolen base, and the error on the catcher Cervelli. So a runner at third now. Oh, 2 away, runner at third with Votto at the plate. That's what Holt can bring to the lineup. Speed, a good base stealer, speed in the outfield defensively as well. Back to Liriano, Chris. I think what you're talking about, I think in the old days more people moved. Did you move from one side of the rubber?
I did, as a matter of fact. And not only that, against left-handers sometimes I drop down, especially against really good hitters. I don't really think that Votto's going to get much to hit right here. He's got a base open. Even though Liriano has really controlled him in his career. 4 for 21 coming into the ball game tonight, and Votto is 1 for 2. He gets a fastball for a strike right there. What they're doing, though, is they're throwing Votto inside, because they know full well that when you pitch him away, he goes with the pitch as well as anybody out there. We might snap off a little slider right here, though.
Full count, 3-2 to Joey. That's a call, strike 3. Votto thought it was up and in, but a strikeout for Liriano. The Reds strand a runner at third. They still lead it 4-0 going to the bottom of 4. Now being brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Ford, go further. By Meyer, find more for a healthier you at Meyer. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on United States News and World Report's best children's hospital. Welcome back to PNC Park in Pittsburgh. The Reds lead the Pirates by a score of 4-0. 4-7-1 for Cincinnati. So far, Kiva Sampson has been outstanding on the mound. The only base runners for the Buccos. Neil Walker reached on an error. Pedro Alvarez walked. And we go to the 4th. Andrew McCutchen struck out first time up. 4 strikeouts for Sampson through the first 3. McCutchen, who will turn 29 next week, leading his team to the postseason once again. And while we wish him an early birthday, we want to send a birthday welcome to Miles Bell from Danville, Kentucky. Miles turned 14 this week, a big Reds fan, and a guy who has followed the Reds come thick or thin. Miles, happy birthday to you. And by the way, Fox Sports Ohio and the Reds would like to wish a belated happy birthday to Marge Corman from Covington, Kentucky. There's a shot to right, going back, looking up, it is gone. Well, McCutchen clubs his 23rd of the year. That ties him with 96 runs batted in to his previous career high. So the Buccos are on the board with home run number 23.
There goes the no-no and the shutout. I'll tell you, the guy is something else.
So the 2-1 delivery slammed into right center into the stands, and the Buccos are on the board. Congratulations to McCutchen for that 96 run batted in. And here's Ramirez. That's foul down the left field line. By the way, Marge Corman from Covington celebrated her 99th birthday last week. We send Marge a very happy birthday to you, Marge. Happy birthday, many more for you, and thanks for following the Reds. Ramirez hit one to left center to right in the notch area by the bullpen door, and from straightaway center field, Tyler Holt went a long way to haul it in, one step from the wall. Breaking ball misses. 2-2.
Now, we told you about this very slow start that Andrew McCutchen had to start the year. I mean, his first 25 games, he wasn't even to 190 yet.
Center field, hold back. He'll haul this one in. Does he hold on? Yes, he does. Ramirez says, who the heck is this guy? He's robbed me twice.
Well, they're playing Ramirez deep because the ball seems to be carrying pretty well tonight, and he's been swinging the bat pretty well himself. Holt makes another nice play on him. You go back to the beginning of the year and you start comparing these two ball clubs, and you know the Reds got off to a tough start because their bullpen was bad. The Buccos or the Pirates got off to a tough start because McCutchen wasn't doing too well. But on May the 21st, both of these teams were exactly 18 wins and 21 losses. And at that point, the Pirates went on to win 8 of the next 9 ball games and never really looked back. And the Reds just were unable to match that. And that's one reason why the Pirates are going into the postseason and the Reds are going home. It's a long, long year. And, you know, even though you're 3/4 of the way through the month of May, and you're under 500, you still find a way to invigorate your team and to make sure that everybody feels the excitement. And I think there are 2 managers in this division, and Joe Madden and Clint Hurdle in Pittsburgh, that are very good at doing that.
They know their players. They know what buttons to push. Hurdle has changed the culture here. It took a few years to do it, and Madden's done it in 1 year. And the other guy you put on a list who's learned a lot, is a completely different manager these days, is Terry Collins in New York. Talk about changing the culture. They certainly have done that there. 2 away, and that'll bring up Pedro Alvarez. You know, you talk about back in May, Chris, if the Pirates don't capture home field advantage for that 1-game wild card. We talked about the Reds in '99, and everybody pointed to that Milwaukee series when the Reds lost the first 2, then had to win that last game. What I remember most about '99 was the Reds had the lead in the first 3 games of the series against the Giants and lost all 3 of those games. That's a shot down the right field line that'll go foul against the Giants at home in '99, and they lost all 3 of those games in '99. So if they had just held on to their lead, they wouldn't have needed those wins. So go back to this year when the Reds swept the Pirates the first 3 at home, and it was comeback victories again for the Reds. So yeah, a win's just as important in April as it is in October. That was a magical year, '99, wasn't it, though?
Yeah, it was. And of course, there's nowhere near the kind of scoreboard watching in April than there is in the month of September or October. And they're watching that score in Milwaukee as the Cubs and Milwaukee Brewers are in the 2nd inning scoreless.
Alvarez walked first time up. Reds overshift against him. Breaking ball misses. 2-2. Pedro grew up in New York, went to Vanderbilt. Big time college player and a big time strikeout right there for Kivas Sampson. That's strikeout number 5 for Sampson. 4-1 Reds.
Day. We're giving you the top moments / plays of 2015. We gave you number 10, Billy Hamilton, 5 stolen bases in a game. How about number 9? It happened recently, September 21st at St. Louis. Todd Frazier going a long way, and look out. Saved by the man on the mound tonight, Kivas Sampson, along with the help of yours truly. Almost falls into the dugout. That was after making another great play earlier in that game to save a run. Todd Frazier selling out to make the catch. Play number 9.
JD, you're our MVP. Always have, always will be.
Why, thank you, George.
You're the best.
And JD, congratulations on the award that was given to you during the Marty Brennaman Golf Classic dinner. As the community, was it the Reds Community Fund Service Award.
Yeah, it's named after Owen Rassman, who's been the only president of the Reds Community Fund. And it was an honor that I accepted on behalf of everyone. Because the men and women behind the scenes that really do all the legwork. They were singling me out for the telethon, but that involves everyone on the crew. It involves all the announcers, including you guys. So I accepted for everyone, but it was a big honor.
Hey, and you know, this was Fox Sports Ohio week on the field too. You got honored on the field, just with Dickie Moss too. And I know for you, as Frazier strikes out for the first batter of the 5th inning, one away, strikeout number 5 for Liriano. I mean, you're down on the field interviewing everybody all the time. What did it feel to be honored down there?
I actually told the people when I got out to the field, because I'm usually, looking out to the field, and I'm very infrequently on the field. So the view looking back is much different. I got to tell you, I didn't like it. I'd rather be where I am now looking out.
It is a little different. It is a little different. And by the way, Chris, you and I didn't get a chance. I think Tom and Cowboy said it so well when we had Dickie on, but the retirement of Dick Moss, you talk about leaving a family member behind. Boy, he has been so much an integral part of everything that we've done. 54 years with the Reds, starting with Marty on the radio side, moving over, and every game that we've done at home, he's been with us. It's like he's like a father figure, a best friend, and a guy that you can confer with about everything from growing tobacco to growing tomatoes to something's wrong with your headset. Dickie, fix it, right? He's the best.
What a great guy. I mean, and that's such an easy throwaway line, but he really was. I mean, he was as dependable as the sunshine coming up. Was always there when you needed him, knew everybody, and will be sorely missed. And I'm going to certainly miss the crunching sound of Fritos, of Dickie Moss's favorite snack in the back of the booth.
Now the family didn't know that. That's a bouncer to short. Mercer has it. And Phillips is retired. Brandon singled in the 3rd, now 1 for 3. Retired on the 6-3 putout. You know, you talk about the top 10 moments of the year and top 10 moments of any year. You know, when you and I think back of, 24 years of doing games together, and you think back of the moments, most of the moments I think back on are people, and Dickie's one of them. Every single time we walked into that booth, he was there to talk and to share life with. I mean, sometimes about baseball, but more often about life. He's certainly the fiber of our broadcast, and we wish him only the best in retirement. And by the way, our crew with us on this trek to Pittsburgh, our producer Josh Hall, our director Brian Hunneman, Matt Sigafu, Ziggy dialing up some highlights for us, and Lauren White with the graphics that we allude to from time to time on your screen. We have been blessed to have Jesse Jackson make the trek too. Was a bus trip here? Somehow, Chris, you should have gotten him enough for an ad. Bruce singled and doubled, 2 for 2. Broken bat. This one will be caught with the overshift. The Reds go 1-2-3 in the 5th. They still lead it by a score of 4-1. Field with one of the unique event spaces at Great American Ballpark captured the tradition of the Cincinnati Reds along with the most spectacular views in the area. For more information, visit reds.com/events. Not just a ballpark for the summer, the events around holiday time, beginning with Reds Fest and all around the Thanksgiving to Christmas area. Plenty of super spots for your off-season festivities. Here's the catcher, Francisco Cervelli, fly to left first time up. He's heading to a season where he will have caught over 120 games, and I guess in these days, Chris, if you catch 120 games, that's a darn good season. And I think most catchers, most managers like to manage their starting catchers somewhere between 120 and 130 when you get to the end of the season. He's been healthy. Not often in his career has he been. Warning track. There is Holt, and he hauls it in.
Well, the most games he's ever played in until this year has been 93. And I'm not even so sure that those were full games. Those are games played, but they could have been pinch hit appearances or defensive replacements. I mean, 439 at bats, nearly 500 plate appearances for Cervelli this year. The closest he's ever come to that was about 200 fewer. So he's getting the taste of what full-time catching is all about. Probably hasn't had that since he was in the minor leagues.
Joe Girardi liked him from the get-go when he took over as manager, thinking that at some point in time he'd be the starting catcher with the Yankees. Here's Jordy Mercer, struck out first time up. But when Brian McCann came to town, you knew that they needed help in the bullpen. That's exactly what they got. And Clint Hurdle was looking for someone to take charge behind the plate, and all the metrics that the Yankee scouts and front office people had looked at stamped him as someone that could, when he's healthy, produce offensively as well as run the pitching staff. And they were right.
Well, they thought tonight would be a little different, that he'd be running a pitching staff tonight that would be shutting the Reds down. But meanwhile, it's Kivas Sampson that is really towing the rubber and doing the good job tonight.
You said it when we started. You know, a nice way to end the year. He knows it's his last start, and after winning his first two, then losing 6 straight, he's putting a stamp on this last appearance.
It certainly would make the offseason a lot better for him, and knowing that, you know, he shows everybody what he's capable of. I mean, he's come a long way. You got to figure where Kivas Sampson started this season. I mean, he was DFA, designated for assignment by the San Diego Padres early in the year. That's when the Reds picked him up. He shows up in spring training. Nobody knew who he was except a strong arm right-hander that, you know, has a chance to maybe pitch out of the bullpen. They figured he'd go to AA or AAA. And that strikeout that he just showed us, we like it so much, we're going to call that our flamethrower. Brought to you by Cholula Hot Sauce. Kivas Sampson going right up the ladder against Jordy Mercer to get a punch out.
Well, Liriano's night is through. Travis Snyder, one of 3 left-handed pinch hitters on the bench for the Pirates, is coming to the plate. So for Liriano, he'll allow 4 runs on 7 hits exiting here, and Snyder with 2 away will pinch hit. Five innings, 7 hits, 4 runs, 5 strikeouts, no walks. Hughes still loosening in the bullpen. He is ready. Total of 91 pitches from Francisco Liriano. No balls, 2 strikes. Strike 3. Can they get it there in time? No, they won't. In the dirt, kicks away from Cabrera. That goes as a strikeout in a wild pitch.
That's a strikeout number 7 for Kivas Sampson. That is the most that he has had in any one game all year long. And he's got that breaking ball working, because we've seen some real funky swings up there on that over-the-top curveball. You were wondering about Sampson really the last few times out, because the strikeouts began to go down a little bit. The walks still stayed, you know, maybe 3 walks every 5 innings, 2 walks every 5 innings. And it's one thing if you're striking out a batter an inning and then walking maybe 2 or 3 guys. But when you're not striking anybody out, you're walking 2 or 3 guys, you're really digging a hole. But what we're seeing tonight is better control, only 1 walk and 7 strikeouts. So from a peripheral standpoint, he's having his best night yet.
Only 1 walk so far in those 7 strikeouts. Here's Polanco, who popped up and grounded out 0 for 2. Kivas peers over at first for Snyder, who has a short lead.
You know, like so many of these young kids the Reds have run up here this year, not only pitchers but position players too. I mean, Kivas Sampson, just a delightful young man to be around. Respectful, works hard, keeps his mouth shut, always listening to what some of the older guys are trying to tell him. The kind of kid you really pull for.
1 ball, 1 strike. Waves at that. 1 and 2.
You know, the difference between Sampson's breaking ball and a lot of pitchers' breaking balls that he throws it slow. His fastball's in the 90s. The breaking ball that he pitches is really is a curveball and not a slider. So it comes in the 76, 78 mile an hour range. So a lot of times hitters will miss it with this difference in speed rather than just the difference in the break.
Misses wide, 2 and 2. Asked for time, and it is granted by Tim Timmons, the home plate umpire.
And Polanco acts like there's something in his eye. He keeps going to his eye with his left hand. Could be a little breezy. He thinks this is breezy. Should have been over there a candlestick a few years ago.
Center field, but Holt is there. 4-1 Reds. We're heading to the 6th.
authority of the Cincinnati Reds and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Well, following each and every Reds game right here on Fox Sports Ohio, make sure you stick around for Reds Live, brought to you by Performance Kings Honda, for a complete recap and interviews directly from the locker room. That's on Reds Live right after the ball game. And this ball game right now is at 4-0 Reds. Kiva Sampson is shutting down, or 4-1 Reds, and Kiva Sampson shutting down the Pirates. It'll be a new pitcher to take over for Francisco Liriano. Liriano went 5 innings of 4-run baseball. And Jared Hughes, the right-hander, on. Suarez, Duvall, and Cabrera, bottom half of the order for the Reds here in the 6th. And a count of 1-1. Jared Hughes, part of a pretty good bullpen that the Pirates have been able to piece together this year. Some holdovers, some trades, some additions this year, and they have been very good at shortening ball games. But in this case, they're down by 3, and they need to hold the score right here in order to try to reduce that magic number to make sure they hold that wild card game right here in Pittsburgh next Wednesday.
Bobby Cox once said chemistry is important to a club, and when you have it, you know you have it. When you don't have it, you don't know how to get it back. And I guess you can say the same thing about a bullpen that can control a game. There's a swing and a miss. Suarez retired. Eugenio, big bat for the Reds so far. The homer that made it 2-0 and the single that made it 4-0. That's the first out of the 6th inning. The #1 bullpen in the league in earned run average. Opponents average, their second. Wins, their second. Blown saves, only 14 on the season. That's remarkable. How do you construct the bullpen today? It's different than when you came up, Chris.
Well, I mean, a lot of things are different, George. They have computers now.
And radar guns.
I mean, you construct a bullpen with pitchers that can get people out. I mean, I think a lot of times every manager wants to have a shutdown last 2 innings. So that's the first. You construct it from the backwards forward. So you start with your closer, and then you go from there. Ideally, you have your 8th inning guy available to be a closer in case your closer gets injured or has a run where he, can't answer the bell every time you need a guy out there for a save. So, there's a mix of veterans. There's a mix of young pitchers out there that can learn from those veterans. I think you need to have balance in your bullpen. I mean, I always listen to Tony La Russa when he talks about setting up a bullpen, who he thought was the key to winning on the road is having a good bullpen. And Tony, more often than not, would demand to have at least 3 left-handers in that bullpen at all times, no fewer than 2. And there have been a long time this year that the Reds have gone in their bullpen with no left-handers. Let's hope that's a thing of the past.
And every once in a while, once in a generation, you get the nasty boys. Dibble, Myers, Charlton, that can cover all parts of it. That's once in a generation.
Well, I don't know if it's once in a generation. There's some bullpens out there right now that are, every bit as good as what the nasty boys did statistically. They just don't have the moniker to go along with it. And they don't have a team that's gone wire to wire in first place to win the World Series. I mean, the Cardinals have a pretty good bullpen. They can shorten a game on you, and they've shown that. When you have a good bullpen and your starter only gives you 5 innings, you're not sweating it that much. If you have a bad bullpen, you're bringing in a guy that you're not so sure about in the 6th inning, and all of a sudden the game gets blown up. Well, that's a loss that you maybe could have avoided if you had one better pitcher to pitch that 6th inning instead of the person you had to bring in.
And we've talked about it often when we play the Cardinals, or for that matter, when you played You know, in the heyday, the Yankees or the Red Sox in that Eastern Division of the American League. There's a bouncer towards the middle of the infield, bobbled by the second baseman Walker, and everybody's going to be safe. So Cabrera reaches on the infield base hit. So a walk and a base hit. The Reds have 2 on with the pitcher due up. They'll score at a base hit. They would have gotten at least 1 at second. They would have had Duvall. And here comes Sampson with 1 out. Thrown out at first by the right fielder his first time up, and reached on the error by Alvarez second time up. Showing bunt. Alvarez charging from first. The goal here, as always with this situation, force the third baseman to make the play. Ramirez about 10 feet from the bag at third.
See, one of the things that Sampson is doing wrong at the plate right now is that he doesn't have the bat covering the plate. When he squares around the bunt, or when he swivels around the bunt, the bat is still not covering the plate, so he has to make a jab at that outside pitch. The whole idea is to get the bat out there over the plate, so the only movement you have to do is up and down with your knees, and if you don't like the pitch, then you pull the bat away. You never have to jab at it.
1-2 pitch fouled off. That'll go as a strikeout, so second strikeout of the inning.
I'll tell you, those are ducks on a pond out there. That if you can figure out a way to be a good bunter, you're going to get some more runs in your behalf, and you're going to get more wins. And more wins means more money and more job security and a happier wife. And a happier life. We all know where that's going. All because you get a bunt down.
That's right. How simple is this world? 2 away, back to the top of the order. Tyler Holt struck out, bounced out, reached on a fielder's choice, and then stole a base. Went to third on the throwing error by Cervelli. Down to third. Ramirez will get the out at second. So the Reds get a hit and a walk. They strand 2. They've stranded 6 on the night. They still lead it 4-1. The night for the Reds, keyed by Kivas Sampson. Boy, what a night he's had on the mound, Chris.
Well, you're not kidding about that. He's had his breaking ball working very nicely. That's where a lot of those strikeouts have come. He's also had that nice four-seam fastball working. And I really like the fact that Sampson is working that four-seamer upstairs. I really think that's the strength of his fastball, is up around the letters and not down around the knees. Some guys are better when they pitch up, and I think Sampson is one of those. He's got good rotation on that four-seamer. And you see a lot of swings and misses up there.
Back to work is Kivas. A bunt. Frazier will let it roll. No chance to throw out the speedy Marte, and that'll go as a base hit. Only chance he had was if it would kick foul. It did not. So a leadoff base hit by Marte here in the 6th.
All right, now big inning here for Sampson, because this is the 3rd time through the order that the Pirates have been able to see him. And 3 runs down. They're looking for base runners, especially ahead of some of their big boppers like McCutchen and then Ramirez due up this inning.
Well, here's McCutchen, who was a big bopper last time up. The home run to right center. Got the Pirates on the board for the first time after striking out his first time up. The home run by McCutchen is 23rd of the year. The RBI total now at 96 to tie his career high.
And the Reds have activity in their bullpen, lefty and righty both.
And you know,
did not give him timeout, right?
I think he raised his hand at the, let's see. Yep, no pitch. Short lead Marte, not going. Solid line drive. One hopper to the left fielder Duvall. So the first 2 on here in the 6th. Elevated a little, and McCutchen makes him pay.
You know, you really wonder, because the previous pitch, which was ruled a timeout pitch, so it was no pitch at all, was the same type of pitch. It was a fastball. And McCutchen, even though he backed out of the batter's box, had a pretty good look at it. He came right back with the same pitch on the next one. I mean, you know, you face a hitter the caliber of Andrew McCutchen, and you almost have to change it up from pitch to pitch.
Well, Kivas gets a few words from Jeff Pico's pitching coach, and Aramis Ramirez comes to the plate. The night for Aramis, he's just shaking his head after 2 great catches by Tyler Holt in second. Leading off the 2nd inning, this one towards the notch. Long run for Holt. 1 step in front of the screen. He hauls it in. That robbed him at least from a double. And then again, 2nd time up after the McCutchen homer in the 4th. He goes long to center field, and about 400 feet away, hauls it in and crashes into the wall. 2 great catches. And what can Aramis do but shake his head and wave his hands? So Sampson's got his work cut out for him with Aramis Ramirez here in 17 homers in his season. He's been right on both pitches that he hit deep to center and deep to left center. Nobody out in the 6th. Missing, and it's 2-0. Tony Cingrani, the left-hander. Jumbo Diaz, the right-hander, working for the Reds as Mac Jenkins, the bullpen coach, rides herd over those 2 relievers, loosening.
Well, I got to figure if Sampson loses Alvarez here or Ramirez here, that it'll be Cingrani that will come in to face Walker in the next batter. They're not going to go too long here with Kivas Sampson.
92 pitches on the night for the Reds right-hander. From the stretch is Sampson. And it's 3-0.
Well, it's not the pitch count, it's the base count.
That's a strike, 3-1. And you know the story, 108 straight starts by rookie pitchers, 108 this year and 62 straight tonight. But with a 12-game losing streak, Chris, winning is the most important thing.
Oh, there's no doubt. You know, and it's interesting, George, before the ball game, we were both down on the field around the batting practice time, and this team was exceptionally loose tonight for a team that has lost 12 in a row. I mean, you would never know it. And I'm saying that in a good way. The last thing you want is everybody all tight, worried about the headlines of losing, 13 in a row, which aren't headlines anymore. Well, Brian Price has seen enough in this inning as they load the bases with nobody out. A walk to retrieve Sampson, and he'll take Sampson with him and probably call in the left-hander Cingrani.
5+ innings here in the 6. He has not gotten an out, a walk and 2 hits. So the tying run coming to the plate. Time for our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Jackets opening night against the Rangers just a week away on the home of the Blue Jackets, Fox Sports Ohio. Playoff hopes for the Blue Jackets in this 2015-16 season, and while the Pirates are heading to postseason, the Reds just trying to stem the tide here in the 6th. Kivas Sampson pitched brilliantly in the first 5, allowing only a hit, but here in the 6th, an infield hit, a bunt hit, a base hit to left, and a walk has loaded the bases. And number 52, Tony Cingrani, it's his job to try to get out of this one, Chris.
Well, it's very important for Cingrani to come in here and throw strikes. For the most part, he's done that to the first batter he's faced. You know, to think that you're going to get out of this jam with no runs in at all might be unrealistic, but you don't want this inning to be extended. You want to retire each hitter that you face, even if one happens to hit a sacrifice fly. But it means coming in and challenging the hitters, and they go to a pinch hitter. Is that Michael Morse?
Michael Morse. Morse, big home run power. Clint Hurdle looking for one swing of the bat to tie this one up. And out from behind the plate, Ramon Cabrera will come out and talk to this left-hander. Morse, after coming over, really kind of languished the first few weeks, but last month had a big month, hit .310. And a home run and 6 runs batted in. That misses down and in. So no place to put him in a 3-0 count to the home run swinging Michael Morse. Since the All-Star break, he's been right about the 300 mark. And has been a big-time pinch hit boost to this club in the second half of the season. Big-time power from the right side. That's a strike.
Whoa. Got a 3-0 Leo that time.
Middle of the infield, Reds double play depth. Votto even with the bag at first. Frazier behind the bag at third, and there's ball 4. That'll walk in a run. That run charged to Sampson.
That's just totally unacceptable. I mean, it's one thing coming in and getting the hit, giving up a hit to the hitter, but not being able to throw a strikeout the first 3 and then walking a batter with the bases loaded and a 3-run lead. Can't do it.
Here's Alvarez. Walked and struck out. Big swing and a strike.
That's that high fastball. Cingrani, when he can throw that for a strike, that is as effective a high fastball as you'll see in this league. But you got to get it over.
Breaking ball on the corner, and it's 0-2. Wide. Cingrani came to the major leagues with the Reds and showed an electric arm, that rising fastball that you talked about, Chris. And if anything got him into trouble, it was control. And then the arm difficulties sidetracked him. Would he be a starter? Would he be a reliever? Here's a delivery. Swings at a ball, fouls it off 1-2. And I think he's finally come to the realization that his best role right now is out of the bullpen. The question is, to do that, you got to throw strikes.
Well, if he was going to get a shot in the starting rotation, it would be this year.
One ball, 2 strikes with the bases loaded. Alvarez hanging in. Cingrani trying to find a way to wriggle out of this jam. A bunt hit, an infield variety hit, and then the base hit to left, and 2 walks have forced in a run. What was a 4-0 lead is dwindling, now 4-2. Here's the 1-2.
Well, the thing that made Cingrani just get through the minor leagues with the Reds so quickly was the fact that he struck out a lot of batters and he walked very few.
Alvarez numbers 2 for 6 against Cingrani.
Yes, he did.
Did he go? No, he didn't. Take a look. Two-two. Shovel to second for 1. No throw to first. Another run scores. It's now 4-3. McCutchen crosses the plate with the 3rd run of the night and 2nd run of the inning. So that'll be it. for Cingrani. Jumbo Diaz been loosening in the bullpen. Ryan Price will call upon him while the pitching change takes place. Let's time out for these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Season, the Angels fight for a playoff spot against the AL West leading Rangers, or the Royals fight to secure the league's best record against a Twins team looking to keep their playoff hopes alive. Coverage starts tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern only on Fox and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Check local listings for the game in your area. Of course, last night the Yankees clinched the wild card spot with their 10,000th franchise win. They finally beat the Red Sox. Magic number for home field in the wild card is 1 going into tonight's play. Rangers clinched at least a wild card berth. Magic number for their AL West title is 1. And how about Jeff Bannister, the former bench coach here in Pittsburgh in his first year there? He's done a tremendous job. And the Astros, Angels, and Twins all vying for the final playoff spot. The wild card in all of that, Chris, is the fact that the Astros are playing Arizona in this final week of the season in interleague play, so they're not in the middle of a battle in the division, which so often would have happened.
And they don't get to use a DH,
Nope.
which is a big part of their ball game. So it's kind of interesting where the interleague play kind of plays into the very last couple of games of the year and the playoffs.
Here's Jumbo with runners at first and third. Cervelli, did he go? Says Mike Everett down at first. Cervelli flied out twice, once to left, once to center, and here's Jumbo. This revolving bullpen for the Reds. At one point, Jumbo was the 5th inning guy, then the 6th inning guy, then for a while the 8th inning guy, and here he is trying to slam the door in the 6th inning.
Well, he's got the stuff to be a 9th inning guy if he can harness it and throw it where he needs to. I mean, he has thrown a ball this year at, I think, at 100 miles an hour. He's been up around 98, 99, just about every one of his fastball deliveries.
He had Alvarez leaning, but Alvarez was able to get back to the bag. 1 ball to Cervelli. First and third for the Pirates. This one nubbed foul. Ball and a strike. If you just joined us, the Reds started off like a ball of fire. A single by Bruce in the second and a homer by Eugenio Suarez made it 2-0 Cincinnati in the third. Base hit from Votto, base hit from Phillips, double by Bruce made it 3-0, single by Suarez made it 4-0. Since then it's been all Buccos. Kivas Sampson went 5+ innings, allowed 1 hit until the 6th, and then left after giving up 2 hits and a walk to load the bases. So 2 of these runs in the inning have charged against him. Swing and a miss. Hardy on that delivery at 97. The was a period of time where 97 was clearly your closer. In this day and age, Chris, 6, 7, 8, and 9, everybody's bringing in 95 to 100. 1-2, runner not going, that's fouled off, and you can see the different approach by Cervelli against this big, hard-throwing right-hander. He's shortening up that swing.
Well, he's just trying to make contact right now, knowing that the ball into the outfield ties the ball game up. In fact, the Reds are giving the Pirates the tying run if Cervelli can put the ball on the ground. The infield's playing back, so anybody really except back to the pitcher or maybe to Frazier. The Pirates tie the game.
Missing up and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 4 runs, 8 hits for the Reds. 3 runs, only 3 hits for the Buccos. Double-barreled action. Joaquin Soria, once a closer, now a setup guy. The right-hander, and Bastardo, the left-hander, loosening.
We've had a couple of long at bats in this inning already. One by Alvarez. He fouled off several pitches on the left-hander Cingrani, and now this is kind of a prolonged at bat for Cervelli.
This time he went around. The big heat. Out number 2. First strikeout for Diaz, 2 away, and here comes the shortstop Jordy Mercer, who struck out twice against Kivas Sampson.
Those high sliders don't always work, but it did that time.
Here's Mercer, 1st and 3rd. Alvarez off first, not going. This one lined into center. That ties the ball game. Rounding second, going to third is Alvarez. Ball will be cut, and it's 1st and 3rd again. So a 4-0 lead has evaporated for the Reds as Jordy Mercer ties it with a base hit to center.
The shame of that is that now the complete line on the starter Kivas Sampson is going to look like a very mediocre to poor start, when in fact he threw the ball very well. Well, when your bullpen can't seal the deal, you get exposed just about at every turn.
And Chris, you've been a bullpen guy through most of your career, and the one badge of honor that you have is inherited runners. That's the one thing that, if you're a bullpen guy, you don't want to gas in inherited runners.
Well, you know exactly right. You're doing it for a teammate, and you feel like you're the one responsible out there.
So 1st and 3rd, the pitcher's spot up, and here's Josh Harrison.
Of course, going to the bullpen has not been a rarity for Brian Price. The Reds bullpen has thrown the 3rd most innings in the National League, surpassed only by the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Colorado Rockies. The fewest innings thrown by a bullpen of anybody in the league is the New York Mets, and then the Dodgers. So if you go in reverse on who has the best starting rotation, those are the bullpens that get least exposed.
One strike to the Cincinnati product, Josh Harrison, who's moved from a normal starting role to a player who's played just about everywhere the same way he was 3 years ago. He did start at second base on Wednesday night and doubled off Adam Wainwright. When he's been called upon off the bench, he's performed well. He started at first, left field, in addition to third base. Did safely in 13 of his last 18 games. That's fouled off. And again, Cabrera gets the worst of that. Second time he's been nailed tonight. Right in the same spot, Chris.
Ouch. Now, if you're standing at first base and Jordy Mercer, and you see the catcher, if you've been paying attention, you've seen he's got 2 balls directly off his right shoulder. Wouldn't you be stealing on this pitch?
You would think so. First and third, Mercer short lead, not going. Waves at it. Harrison retired, but not before 3 crossed the plate in the 6th. It was a 4-0 lead for the Reds. We're now tied at 4. Summary started off on the smiling side of the scoreboard for the Reds. Eugenio Suarez, a 2-run home run in the second after a Jay Bruce single, made it 2-0, and then he capped the rally in the third with a single that made it 4-0. So the Reds led it 4-0. That was after 3 innings. But then back come the Buccos. Home run number 23 on the season for Andrew McCutchen. That made it a 4-1 game. And then in the 6th inning, a bunt, an infield hit, a walk, and then the rally started. A base hit by Jordy Mercer winds up tying this one at 4 as the Buccos score 3 in that 6th inning. Kivas Sampson's night is done. He went 5+ innings. He ended up allowing 3 hits, walked 2, struck out 7, and by the time he exited, all 3 of the runs that he left on base did wind up scoring. So he allowed 4 runs across the plate. For the Buccos, changes. Michael Morse stays in the game. So does Josh Harrison. Josh Harrison stays in the game at second. That was after Morse pinch hit for Walker. And Michael Morse stays in the game at first. There's Joey Votto. Votto bounced out to second. Singled in the infield. That makes it 48 straight games he's reached base via a hit or a walk or a hit batsman, tying Pete Rose's single season record, and he struck out in the 4th inning. There's the right-hander out of the bullpen, Joaquin Soria, who strikes out Votto. Soria made his debut with the Buccos against the Reds. That was back at Great American Ballpark. And here is 27 appearances, 24 2/3 innings, and an ERA of a little over 2.
Well, he's one of those guys, George, we were talking about it. You know, when you start constructing your bullpen, do you bring in guys with experience that have had experience as a closer? And Soria is one of those. Originally signed by the Dodgers, ended up going into the big leagues with the Royals, and in his second major league season ended up being their closer. Had 42 saves that year. He's a 2-time All-Star. So at age 31, he has 202 saves in his career. So that's why when you get into postseason play at the end of a ball game, having a guy in there who has been there before sometimes is an advantage.
1 ball, 1 strike to Todd Frazier. Frazier bounced out, struck out, struck out. Soria picked up his 200th career save just before the trading deadline when he was traded to the Pirates, and he made his debut against the Reds that first weekend in August, and the Reds had him on the ropes. He just escaped with the save, only because a line drive came right back at him and he stabbed it out of the air, or else the Reds would have won the game and it would have been a blown save. Veteran right-hander has pitched pressure baseball and pitched well throughout his career.
Well, he has not given up a home run as a member of the Pirates yet, and that's now spanning 27 games.
Pop up right side, Morse under it, foul territory, call in, got it.
Boy, you can just feel the momentum of this ball game having shifted big time at the bottom of the last inning.
It's a familiar story, isn't it, Chris? I mean, the Reds get a lead early, and then little by little the opposition chips away, and the Reds have difficulty coming back. If Brian Price's club is going to win this, they're going to have to come up with some offense late.
I mean, but you ask yourself, all right, well, what could he have done differently? I mean, he managed as well as he could in that last inning. You know, you tried to keep Sampson out there. He walks a guy to load the bases after a bunt hit starts the inning off. And then you bring a pitcher out of the bullpen and proceeds to walk the first guy with the bases loaded and brings a run in.
Phillips 2 ground outs and a base hit to right, 1 for 3. And it happens so often with the young pitchers too. When you lose it fast. And not knowing the individual pitcher, the signs that maybe you can tell 2 or 3 years from now, it happens fast. That's what happened with a lot of the young pitchers this year.
Well, it wasn't like Sampson all of a sudden lost it. I think that at bat to Ramirez, where he walked him and loaded the bases, really got away from him. And that's where you have to force yourself to throw strikes. And then, of course, if you're Cingrani, you have to throw strikes in that situation. I mean, if you want to be called out of the bullpen in a pressure situation, you have to show your manager that you can get the ball over the plate.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Phillips. This does stay alive. Count stays at 1 and 2. More than anything, a pitching coach and a manager want to know what they're getting when they send somebody in.
Well, exactly right. And that way they can plan and put that pitcher in a situation that fits him best. If you're the kind of pitcher that can only come in a situation where the bases are empty and you have a clean inning with which to work, then you're that guy. If you're a guy that can come in and only face 1 hitter, then they need to know that. But if you're unpredictable, your name might not get called very much.
And if you're the manager of this pitching staff this year, you're finding that out as you go. It's not like you had a veteran starting staff that you watched that develop over the years. One ball, 2 strikes. Shot into center. That's a base hit for Brandon. So 2 for 4 is Phillips. A 2-out base hit, and that'll bring up Jay Bruce. Bruce singled back in the second, then scored on the homer by Suarez. He doubled in a run in the third, then popped out to second in the fifth.
But Brandon he looks so much more relaxed. I know that he's been nursing some injury, and they're going to pinch run for him right here, but that was one heck of an at bat.
Saw that hippity hop out of the box. So Phillips exits.
Well, what they do before hoodies
in Pittsburgh. Ivan De Jesus off the base at first, and here's Jay. They'll overshift on him with the big first baseman holding the runner at first. Still a big hole on the right side. I mean, the Pirates were really one of the first National League teams to vociferously go with the shift, and they have more shift angles than just about anybody else.
And not only that, we've seen them do a lot of moving depending on what the count is. With one strike, you move into this defensive spot. With two strikes, you move somewhere else.
That was Nick Leyva positioning the defense. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Soria trying to close out the Reds here in the 7th. And they have
just put everywhere.
They have numbers and they have charts that will not just tell you where hits go, but where outs go. And in Jay's case, I mean, he's had more hits to the left side this year than he has in any other year, but still heavily weighted to the right side.
Well, so are his home runs. So you ask yourself, out of those, was it 69 hits to the right side, how many of the home runs that he has hit have been to the right side? And then you subtract those out and you find out how many times he's actually beat the shift in something other than a ball that left the yard.
None to left, 8 to center, and 18 to right, the home run count for Jay. Ask and you shall receive.
There it is. We're up on that sabermetric stuff. Fox Sports. All over Josh Hall. He's a numbers guy anyway, our producer.
Lauren White punching up the numbers downstairs. 3-2. De Jesus will be off again from first. There goes the runner, swing and a miss, and Soria gets out of the jam in the 7th. To the bottom of 7 we go. New ball game. We're tied at 4. Audio, visual, and creative services Reds Community Fund Celebrity Poker Tournament presented by Ashley Fence, December the 5th Play against Reds players, coaches, broadcasters, and local celebrities for the chance to win $11,000. Reserve your spot today at reds.com/poker.
I got to tell you, that is a blast. I'm in that every year. Of course, I don't know how to play poker like a poker king, but you know, Rick Steiner, who's got one of the gold bracelets that he won for being a poker champion,
Todd Frazier
runs the whole thing. Todd Frazier's won it before, and you play with all sorts of guys, and if you knock them out, you get their jersey and they sign it for you. So, and every one of the Reds who's had Reds Fest on that second day is in that poker tournament, and a lot of other, you know, celebrities, former Reds players, and so on. And it's a blast. You really ought to, if you have any inclination at all to get into it, it's worth staying around for.
Ivan De Jesus stays in at second base. Here's Polanco against Jumbo Diaz to lead off the bottom of 7. Another broken bat. This one popped to left. It's a base hit. Polanco rounds first. He'll stay there. Polanco saw it off, but still gets a hit. So the leadoff hitter on with a second straight inning here in the 7th.
Polanco is the man that may steal a base on you if you don't pay attention to him, just trying to slap it in there. He's got 27 bags. I'll tell you what, you give that kid a few more years of experience at the big league level, and he is going to be some kind of a player.
Very likable young man and well liked by his teammates.
I mean, by the time he fills out, he's going to look more like Dave Parker than he does right now. I mean, he goes about 220 right now. He's not as tall as the Parkway. He's 6'4". I think Dave Parker's 6'5", or seemed like he was about 7 feet sometimes.
Good arm, but not the Cobras.
No.
The Cobra was something special. The bat wound up in the dugout. Look out. It didn't look like it broke at all.
I don't think I've ever seen that, where on a base hit, the bat comes out of your hand and it goes into the dugout or even in the foul territory.
Short lead for Polanco, not going. That's up and in.
Now the rule is that if you throw your bat, and that would be throwing a bat, and it had an effect on a play a ball in which you batted fair, you could be called out, even if it was an accidental throw.
1 ball, 1 strike. Marte was the one that got the rally started in the 6th. Reached on a bunt hit. McCutchen followed with a base hit to left, and Ramirez walked. That loaded the bases, and Kivas Sampson left. All 3 of those runners wound up scoring. Runner going. Bounce back. How about this? Bobble. They'll get nothing at second, but we'll get the out at first. They would have had 2. The luck of the draw. Eugenio Suarez was right there, and if he snares it, they get 2. As it is, they at least salvage 1.
Boy, the ball hit very sharply. Reds catch a break, and they don't catch a break. I guess depending on how you look at it.
So it goes as a 6-3 put out, but the go-ahead run is in scoring position. That ball hit like a bullet. If he is not there, if the runner's not going, that's a solid single, and probably Polanco winds up at 3rd. So as it is, there's a runner at 2nd, and here's McCutchen. McCutchen struck out, homered his 23rd of the year, and then singled to left in the 6th. What happens when the game counts and the runners are on base? This guy gets better. That's MVP kind of stuff. That just missed him, and it's 2-0.
Well, Well, he's used to that. I mean, he's the guy that has a bullseye on him. When anybody ever plunks a Pittsburgh Pirate, it's always McCutchen. So when a Pirate pitcher goes after somebody on the other team and there's payback, it's number 22 that gets it.
And there are no two teams that have plunked each other more than these two over the last 3 years. Three and 0. Runner at second with one out. And Ramirez on deck. '97 with movement, swing and a miss, and it's 3-1. Make it 3-2. When Johnny Cueto left to go to Kansas City, one of the last things he told Jumbo was, "Don't forget your slider, Chris."
It's a good one.
Short lead for Polanco. De Jesus trying to keep him close, and that's fouled off. Polanco started the inning with a base hit to left. He's sitting at second. Three-two to McCutchen. Hit hard, caught. Well, two balls blistered by the Pirates. One by Marte, one by McCutchen, but each of them found leather, or else the Pirates would have the lead right now. So 2 away, the infield drops back, and here comes Aramis. Ramirez robbed twice on outstanding catches by Holt in center field, and then walked on a 3-2 pitch in the 6th. He later scored. Through a long career and a distinguished career, Ramirez over 2,300 hits. He's been a run producer from his days here in Pittsburgh and on to Chicago, on to Milwaukee. Over 1,400 runs batted in. A guy, wherever he's been, has been counted on to drive in runs. And a big one out there for the Pirates, and a big batter for Jumbo Diaz to dispose of here. 2-0. Big swing from Ramirez, and it's 2 balls, 1 strike. Didn't miss by much. 3-1. And there's ball 4. So Ramirez walks for the 2nd time. That'll put the runners at first and third, and that'll bring up Josh Harrison. Harrison pinch hit, struck out. And with that comes Michael Morse, rather, who came in and pinch hit last time up. But before we get there, the long march to the mound from Brian Price. No decision yet, no call to the bullpen yet. Yes, there is. That'll be it. Matthews will be on his way in. Jumbo Diaz has put runners at first and second with 2 outs here in the 7th. While the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. And Giesenslaw do their fine work. Get ready for Reds action 30 minutes before every game with Reds Live on Fox Sports Ohio with all the info you need for every day's game. Reds Live presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Don't forget, be with us tomorrow. Brandon Finnegan will get the start. He'll face A.J. Burnett. A.J. Burnett saying this is final year. Brandon Finnegan, his first year as a Red. We'll be on the air with Reds Live at 6:30. Game will follow. And then don't forget on Sunday that odd start time. Reds Live at 2:30. Game at 3. Is every game will start at the same time. That of course depends on these cancellations and if there might be double headers on the final day. Here's Ryan Matthews, Chris.
Now Ryan Matthews coming in here as a go-to guy for Brian Price. And that means Price must feel like Matthews can come in and throw strikes. He'll face Michael Morse, second at bat for Morse. He walked his first time up. Matthews, one of those of several players on this Reds roster plucked off of the essentially the scrap heap. Matthews came from Anaheim earlier this year.
That kicks away. Both runners are going to advance to second and third. So it's 2 balls, no strikes, and the wild pitch allows 2 runners to advance.
Well, there's some scoreboard watching going on right now in Milwaukee. The Cubs have taken a 4-0 lead on the Milwaukee Brewers. Looks like that's in the 6th inning. And here, Pirates are urging Morse to get this run in, or a couple of runs in, to give them a little cushion.
That misses inside, and now it's 3-0. So key situation so far tonight out of the bullpen. The Reds are struggling to throw strikes. 3 walks the last 2 innings out of the bullpen. There's a strike. To Morse. And we'll go full 3-2 with 2 outs. On deck for the Buccos. Decker, Jeff Decker, and that's a call, strike 3. Well, good job by Matthews. He battles back after going 3-0 to get out of the jam. So we remain tied at 4 to the 8th we go. Go-ahead RBI here in these final 2 innings. The Reds back to work. 4 runs, 9 hits for Cincinnati. For the Reds, they have left 7 on base, 4 runs, 5 hits, and now 7 left on base. And here comes a lethal left-hander, Chris, Tony Watson. Big swing by Suarez, fly ball to right. In the swirling wind, Polanco will haul it in. Eugenio Suarez, the hitting star for the Reds tonight. He homered back in the second, his 13th, the 2-0 lead for Cincinnati. Then he singled in a run in the third to make it 4-0. Struck out his last time up, and he was retired on that fly ball. Here's Adam Duvall. He doubled in the second, struck out, and then walked in the 6th. You talk about how do you construct a productive bullpen. This guy is certainly one of the backbones of this bullpen. Joaquin Soria added a lot to the pen when they got it, both in terms of numbers and matchups, but also the veteran nature of it. This guy has really dominated from the left side.
Well, he has, and he's been consistent for the Pirates since he broke in 2011. In fact, each year, though, the Pirates seem to lean on him a little bit more and more. Last 4 years, the fewest number of games that Watson has been in is 67. Last year he was in 78 games and pitched 77 innings. So he's not normally one of these left-handers that just comes in to face only one hitter. He comes in at the end of a ball game because he's got shutdown stuff. And having another really good year with an earned run average under 2.
Number 1 among major league relievers with 41 holes. I mean, as a setup guy, that's like saves. In the air to the right side, curving, the wind will push it into the seats. Been a blustery day here at PNC Park in Pittsburgh. It rained off and on during batting practice and just prior to the game, and they were forecasting rain to move in rather heavy later tonight. So far we've escaped that, but the breeze has picked up, now blowing towards the right field corner.
Yeah, so the same rain that they sent out of Cincinnati this afternoon is heading here.
You brought it with you. Swing and a miss. Duval retired. First strikeout for Watson. 2 away. And there's the catcher, Ramon Cabrera.
Watson's got 2 kinds of fastballs, and he likes that four-seamer, that one that he runs up in the zone a little bit more than he likes the sinker. He'll throw the sinker more against right-handers, but he went upstairs that time. His second best pitch is a changeup. He doesn't often throw a slider, so he's one of those rare pitchers that does not really rely on a breaking ball very much.
Reds have not had much success against him. When they have, it's usually been in Cincinnati. He's been near perfect here. He's allowed this year only 1 earned run in 28 outings at home. Harrison will not get it there. Oh, they're calling him out.
Safe.
Safe. Safe, safe, safe. Cabrera at first, Mike Everett down at first started to raise the hand and then pushed it off. But a long run for Harrison. He almost makes something out of nothing here, Chris.
This ball is all really Michael Morse's. I mean, maybe he didn't think he could get to it. Maybe he thought Harrison was playing a little bit closer around. But once Morse, the first baseman, decided not to get to it, there's no way that Harrison is going to get the run, or even Cabrera, who doesn't run well but runs hard.
Now the Louisville MVP now has an infield hit for him.
I guess he thought that Alvarez already had the defensive gem of the night at first base. He didn't want to try to outdo it. One eephus was good enough.
Let's see if the Reds can make something happen out of this one. Here's Jason Bourgeois will pinch hit. Looking for his 7th pinch hit of the season. Got the chance to start of late, mostly in center field. Here trying to deliver for the Reds in the 8th inning.
He's got to be wondering, really, Bourgeois, who has made himself really at least onto the radar for the Reds going into 2016, you would think. At 30 years old, whether the emergence now or the acquisition of Tyler Holt may change that at all. They're both essentially the same type player.
Breaking ball drops in there for a strike, 2-1. You saw Carlos Contreras loosening in the bullpen for the Reds. Hit pretty good to center field. Back is McCutchen. He'll have room though. Underneath it, they'll haul it in at the warning track. So the Reds get a runner, nothing to show for. We're still tied at 4 to the bottom of the 8th we go. never before with a Reds season ticket membership. Guarantee opening day ticket privileges, take part in members-only events, and enjoy many more perks and benefits. Become a Red season ticket member today. To learn more, call 513-765-7500 or visit reds.com/membership. Carlos Contreras will come in and pitch for the Reds as you take a look at a chilly PNC ballpark. Contreras will make his 21st appearance of the season. Tucker Barnhart will come in to catch him behind the plate, as Contreras' job is to try to keep it where it is in a 4-4 ball game. If you're joining us late, the headlines of this night: the Reds built up a 4-0 lead early. A 2-run home run by Eugenio Suarez, a run-scoring double from Jay Bruce, and a run-scoring single from Suarez in the first 3 innings. And then little by little, the Pirates chipped away. Kivas Sampson went 5 innings that were outstanding, allowing only 1 hit. Then in the 6th, he allowed a walk and 2 hits. He exited with a 4-1 lead after giving up a home run to Andrew McCutchen. And after he exited, all 3 runners wound up scoring against the Reds bullpen. End result, 4-4 ball game, and that's where we stand now. Sampson 5+ innings, 3 hits, 4 runs, 7 strikeouts, and 2 walks. Contreras dealing to Jaff Decker, the pinch hitter, here in the 8th. That's the pitcher's spot, number 6 in the order. That'll kick away 1 and 2.
Now, 2nd year in a row that Contreras has been in the major leagues. He's only 24 years old. Was in 17 games, 19 innings last year. Control problems were his issue, and the same really for this year. He's walked 20 batters in 26 innings. In a tie game in the 8th inning, you got to throw the ball over the plate. So far he does, and that's a good way to start the inning. Goes right upstairs with a fastball. First out is a strikeout.
Sampson struck out 7 in his 5+ innings of work. Jumbo Diaz came on in the 6th to strike out 2 more. Matthews got a strikeout in the 8th, so that's 10 strikeouts by Reds pitching. They've also out-hit the Pirates 10-5, but we're still tied at 4. Another one of those nights, Chris, where the Reds got in the hits, but not the big hit. Cervelli flied out twice and struck out against Jumbo in the 6th. 0-2. Cubs are leading Milwaukee 5-0 now in the 6th inning. That game in Milwaukee. Breaking ball misses down and away. Hope you join us tomorrow for game 2 of the series. Brandon Finnegan will get the ball against A.J. Burnett. Burnett will go for his 10th win. Finnegan for his 2nd as a Red since coming over from Kansas City. Setting up inside is Barnhart, and they just miss inside. So we'll go full again, and there have been a lot of 3-ball counts from this Red staff tonight, Chris. Three-2. Down to third. That's a fair ball. Over to Votto, 1-2 away as Cervelli bounces out. And that'll bring up the shortstop, Jordy Mercer. Haven't been there before, Chris. These Pirates will make it to the postseason for their 3rd year in a row against a Cubs team that certainly has been resurgent this year. I mean, is home field advantage the critical decider between those two teams?
Well, it has been, I would imagine, George, especially if it's that one game play-in game. Of course, I think the Cubs will be running Jake Arrieta out there, so Pirates may need as much advantage as they can get.
Mark Melanson, the closer, loosening in the bullpen. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
Of course, the Pirates have a pretty good number one as well.
Cole against Arrieta, that's a pretty good matchup.
Yeah. But it's a kind of game that, I mean, every pitch people are oohing and ahhing on. And I mean, it's a rare game in baseball where the loser goes home. I mean, normally you have to wait until the very last game of a long series before you finally get to a loser go home situation. But you have it in a one-game playoff when you have this wild card matchup. And Garrett Cole and Jake Arrieta. Jake Arrieta will be on a lot of people's Cy Young Award ballot for what he's done this year.
1 ball, 2 strikes in the dirt. 2-2. I mean, his numbers since August the 1st, as you saw on that screen, just superb. And at the time that the Cubs needed it. A.J. Burnett will go tomorrow against Brandon Finnegan in this his final year. Your vote for the Cy Young right now?
Arrieta.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you can't.
I don't get one though, George. Mine's a fake vote.
Everybody has one. Kershaw and Greinke have been superb.
Yeah.
3-2 from the stretch. Contreras. Backhand, long throw. Got him. Good inning in the 8th for Contreras. We're going to go to the 9th. We're still tied at 4.
I'm Jim Day. We've been counting down, or beginning to count down, the top 10 moments of 2015. And moment number 8 belongs to that guy right there that will hit this half inning. Let's take it back to June 9th versus the Phillies. Votto hit not 1 home run that day, not 2. He hit 3 home runs to tie Johnny Bench's club record for the most career 3 home run games. Number 19 got a curtain call on that night. Well deserved. Moment number 8 as we count down the top 10 all weekend long.
Against an old friend, huh, JD?
Yep. First
Aaron
one there
Harang.
off of Aaron Harang.
We've seen a lot of great performances, but what Votto's put together this year, offensively has been something for the record books. If you joined us late, Joey bounced out first time up and then reached on an infield hit in the third. That's 48 consecutive games by reaching base by a hit or a walk or hit batsman. Where does that put him? Our IGS bringing the energy numbers on the night. That's in rarefied air, Chris, along with number 14, Pete Rose. 48. Look at the average. Look at the on-base percentage for Joey with all those walks, and the difference in hits. 20 different in hits in that one, and 55 walks compared to only 14 for Pete.
Pretty impressive.
Both of them. No matter how you slice it. Of course, with Pete, that was the genesis of that streak, but also the genesis of his 44-game hitting streak. And then ended against Gene Garber and the Atlanta Braves. Well, Votto's going to get a chance here in the ninth against the closer for the Pirates, Mark Melancon. Here's Tyler Holt. Holt 0 for 4, but his contribution on the night, 2 outstanding catches in center. Melancon, 51 saves in 53 opportunities. Off the charts. Only been 12 players in MLB history that have had 50 or more saves in a season. He's now on that list. Fly ball, right field line. Here comes Polanco. Got it. Boy, he went a long way to track that down. Good break, and remember the wind's pushing this one towards the right field corner. Tracks it, and in foul territory finally hauls it in. So 1 away, and here comes Votto.
Look at Votto where he is against Mark Melancon. Melancon has what you would call somewhat pedestrian stuff as far as the strength of his arm and fastball. He averages only about 92 miles an hour on the fastball. Doesn't throw it very much at all. He throws mostly a cutter. And that's why Votto is at the very front of the batter's box to try to get that ball before it cuts too much. And I imagine he developed that strategy by, over the times of facing Melancon, who also throws a lot of curveballs. So curveball and cutter are the pitches of choice. And Votto says, if you're going to throw me a breaking ball, I'm going to get them before they break too much.
Joey 1 for 5, a homer against him. That cutter slices inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And you'll choke up a little extra. And I think the reason being is that if you can choke up 3 inches, it's easier to get the sweep spot on your bat on the inside pitch. And everything Melancon throws to him is going to be breaking in.
Setting up inside. That just misses inside. 2-1. Pirates have been pretty consistent going inside on Votto all season long. Coming back in again.
Votto knows because he studied it enough and he's been at it. He really sticks at it and takes studying pitchers to a whole new level. But he knows when a pitch starts at the middle of the plate against Mark Melancon that's going to end up a ball because he doesn't throw anything that's straight. Even that pitch, which was off the plate to start, went from ball to being a strike.
So full count, 3-2 to Votto. 1 out here in the ninth. Frazier on deck. Setting up, down and away is Cervelli. This time Ramirez has the ground ball to the left side. Votto retired, 2nd out of the 9th inning. And here comes the Reds' 3rd baseman, Todd Frazier. Frazier 3 for 9 against Melancon in their matchups. Nobody parlayed the cutter into success better than Mariano Rivera. his velocity and his movement a notch above where Melanson is. But Melanson, you always say, Chris, trust your stuff and be stubborn with your stuff. He's a great example of doing the best you can with what you have and being aggressive.
50 saves with a fastball that averages 92 miles an hour should give hope to a lot of pitchers out there.
1 ball, 1 strike.
And if you look in the mirror and you say, well, I'm not as good as so-and-so because I don't throw 95 miles an hour. All you do is look at a guy like Mark Melanson, who was essentially a self-made pitcher.
He's resurrected his career twice and found a home here in Pittsburgh.
Well, I'll say 50 saves.
And he got Frazier to swing at 2 balls in the dirt. The Reds are retired in the 9th to the bottom of 9 in Pittsburgh, still tied at 4. On all your home improvement needs, and by your local Toyota dealers, proud sponsor of the Cincinnati Reds. Here at PNC Park in Pittsburgh, the incline has been the Reds' offense. As you look at the incline across the river here in Pittsburgh, the Reds built up a 4-0 lead early. The Pirates battled back to tie it at 4, and that's where we've been for the last 3 innings. We go to the bottom of 9, and the Pirates use their closer in a tie game, and the Reds will send Aroldis Chapman to the mound in the bottom of 9, Chris.
No save on the road when you go 9th or extra innings, and that's why Chapman is in here right now. Since the Reds have started this current losing streak that they're on, and it first started with a loss at Milwaukee on the 3rd game of that 3-game set, where they lost on a Sunday afternoon before they came home or went to St. Louis from there. Aroldis Chapman has pitched in exactly 2 games and 2 innings. Both shutout innings, both innings in which he struck out 1 batter, once against the Mets and once against the Chicago Cubs.
There's Josh Harrison. Came in the pitcher spot, struck out in his lone at bat, up for the 2nd time. There's a bloop down the line, but foul. He'll grab a new piece of lumber to face Chapman.
I mean, when you're on a losing streak the way the Reds are, your closer is like the Maytag repairman.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't even get any phone calls down there. Every time the phone rings, it's for somebody else.
Most of the leads the Reds have had been early. Tonight, a pretty good example of it. There are the numbers for Harrison against Chapman. 273 overall, swing and a miss. Top of the order will follow Polanco, Marte, and McCutchen. Look out, a 55-footer.
You know it would never happen. As Chapman really lets this one get away from him. Looks like he just smothered up on that changeup. But the one inning that the Pirates scored all their runs, other than the home run by McCutchen in the 6th inning, when the first 3 got on base against Sampson, and you had a bases loaded, nobody out situation, and a closer that hasn't pitched at all.
I know where you're heading.
Yeah. I mean, that's the time you need the best pitcher on your staff to come in and bail you out. But nowadays, of course, you never do that. I'm not blaming Brian Price, and you're even suggesting he should have done that, but you always wonder how did baseball get the way it is? With the strict rule that your closer only can pitch when you're in a safe situation.
Barnhart sets up away. Here's the 1-2 into right field. There is Bruce, got it, and there's one away here in the 9th. You know, as you retooled his bullpen and you look towards 2016, I mean it's no secret there are a lot of people came knocking at the Reds before the trading deadline, and at that time there were 4 closers that were on the market. I mean, Joaquin Soria, who's here, was one of them, but there were 4 other closers who very clearly were on the market. There may have been others, but there were 4 that publicly it was known they were on the market. The Reds were approached but never did make a deal. Walt Jocketty opting to keep him at this time, but I think people are going to come knocking in this offseason again too.
Well, I think the thought really, and I don't know whether it's true or not, George, but the baseball people that I talk to tell me that it's true, that you normally get a little bit more in return when you trade a player in the wintertime than you do at the trading deadline, merely for the fact that you're trading a player for a full year's worth of work, which is what you could do if you traded to Chapman somewhere, rather than just a couple of months of a rental player.
That's a strike, 1 ball and 1 strike. To the top of the order, Gregory Polanco singled, 1 for 4 on the night.
I don't know what the Reds would ever do. You know, whether they think that they may be able to extend Aroldis Chapman to a deal that'll keep him around Cincinnati. But whether he's traded or whether he ends up leaving as a free agent, I'm going to miss him. Because this guy, even in a year in which you're losing or you're not doing all that great, I mean, he's a freak of nature. I mean, you don't want to miss his inning, because you may see the fastest pitch ever recorded at any moment. And it's interesting to see at bats like that where the hitter has no chance. None.
You and I were there that day in San Diego when he made his debut, and all of a sudden the stadium just became riveted on him. And from that day on, he has put a stamp on the game that no other pitcher has ever initiated. And if you're a Reds fan, that guy right there gives you special moments. The question is, when you rebuild a bullpen and point towards what will win in the long run, do you keep him? Do you re-sign him? Or do you package him and come up with 2 or 3 players that might make a difference on your whole ball club? Difficult decisions. I mean, Walt Jocketty and his staff have a lot of decisions to make that not only will stamp next year, but will stamp the next 4, 5, 6 years in a very tough division. They've already started on that road with the deals they made for fine young pitching. But there are a lot of other areas that Walt has indicated that need to be addressed.
Well, the next question as far as tonight is concerned, will Chapman come out there for another inning?
Well, if he's right where he is, if he's on the 15 pitch mark, you would think so. We'll see. No balls, 2 strikes to Starling Marte. Look out. 102 miles an hour with that one. I mean, when you think about it, Chris, and you look at the moments we've seen from the big left-hander, I mean, just they're off the charts in what he's brought to Reds fans over the last few years. 1-2. 101, can't catch up to that one is Marte. So 2 strikeouts in the inning. We're going to go extras. To the 10th we go. We're still tied at 4. Extra innings presented by Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side. Reds led at 1 point, 4-0, tied at 4. They've out-hit the Pirates 10-5, and now with the 2 strikeouts from Chapman in the 9th, that's 13 strikeouts by Reds pitching on this night. Not enough, and as we go to the top of the 10th inning, Ivan De Jesus Jr. came in for Brandon Phillips, will lead it off against Antonio Bastardo, the left-hander out of the bullpen. Another part of this very impressive bullpen. He's retired 18 of the last 20 he's faced.
Bastardo is the 12th pitcher to be used in this game. So you don't have starters that go very deep into the ball game. Sampson only went 5, and Liriano went 5. So a battle of pens ever since, and it stays at 4-4. Interesting when Ivan De Jesus comes to the plate. He will make one of, let's see, 5 players that are on the Reds 40-man roster right now that at one time were prospects in the Pittsburgh Pirates organization. Nate Adcock, who is recovering from elbow surgery. Colin Ballister out in the bullpen. We've already seen Jumbo Diaz. Ramon Cabrera, who started as a catcher tonight. And now Ivan De Jesus Jr., all former Pirates. Now wearing Reds uniforms, or at least on the 40-man roster. Just thought I'd throw that little trivia out there for you, George.
That's the day and age that we're in, isn't it? Here's Bastardo to Ivan De Jesus, leading it off in the 10th. Jay Bruce will follow, and then Eugenio Suarez. 4, 5, and 6 in the order for the Reds. Phillips, while he was in there, was 2 for 4. Left after he's had a series of nagging injuries of late. The most recent, he pulled up heading to first base. So De Jesus came in to take over at second and pinch run for him. From the stretch, Bastardo. Sitting on 66 appearances now with this one tonight. That's 1 away from his career high. You go to the postseason, you need really 3 relievers that you can count on to slam the door. And the Pirates certainly had that. I mean, you go deep, they've got 4 veteran relievers that can control the game in 7, 8, and 9. Inside 2-2. Jay Bruce on deck. Bruce 2 hits on the night and a run batted in. Oh, broken bat down to short. Backhand Mercer. Long throw. What a play by Jordy Mercer. Off balance against a pretty good runner down the line, and Mercer nips him by half a step.
I'll tell you what, they really missed Jordy Mercer when he was out for those 6 weeks with a knee injury. He doesn't give you a ton at the plate, but defensively, he gives this team, which has its defensive problems, a real solid spot up the middle. I mean, he fields that ball and gets rid of it, I mean, right now.
There's Jay Bruce, 3 for 8 and a homer against this stocky left-hander, Bastardo. Today, Jay singled in the first inning and then scored on the home run by Suarez behind him. In the third, he doubled in the Reds' third run to make it 3-0. And he popped up and struck out his other 2 plate appearances. You talk often about mechanics, Chris. When you look at Antonio Bastardo, the first time we saw him with the Phillies, his mechanics certainly different now. He's really refined and shortened his mechanics. It's just a quick set and a quick delivery.
Well, that's what experience will get you. And he is now 29 years old, and he's got 341 games in the major leagues under his belt. So you begin to eliminate all those superfluous moves you make that you used to have as an amateur and a minor leaguer, thinking that that was part of deception, and you just get right down to it. He's been a very dependable reliever. Spent his entire major league career with the Philadelphia Phillies up until this year. Has always had more strikeouts than innings pitched. Bastardo has.
One and 2 to Bruce. Sam LeCure loosening in the bullpen for the Reds.
Oh, poor guy below us, or they're giving him the business for missing that pop-up that came right to him.
Two.
And some very aggressive neighbor fan came scurrying down the stairs and got it from him as it rolled underneath his chair. Oh, the disappointments that PNC Park can give you.
They were waiting for fireworks. Now they're waiting for the rain. Pops him up left side. Ramirez has it. 2 away. Here in the 10th. And here's the guy who's represented most of the Reds offense on this night. Back in the second, Bruce singled, and watch this swing from Eugenio Suarez.
Well, you mentioned it at the time, George. You hit that ball right into the teeth of a stiff wind. The wind is blowing maybe a little bit more now. But Suarez has definitely got home run pop.
13 homers now, 48 runs knocked in.
You know, one thing Suarez has, when you look at him in the play, he really doesn't bend at his waist very much. He keeps his core firm and strong. And I think that's part of the reason he's got that kind of pop. A lot of guys, when they start to reach that outside pitch, they lean their head out over their knees a little bit. And for all the core strengthening exercises that they've done, they completely eliminate any kind of strength because of their body position. But he stays right with it.
Stays with this, but right there is Polanco. So a 1-2-3 for Bastardo in the top of 10. Bottom of 10, McCutchen, who's already homered, will lead it off. Continues to be your home for postseason action with the American League Division and Championship Series. Don't miss a moment of the drama and history. It all begins October the 8th on FS1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Well, here at PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Reds took an early 4-0 lead on the strength of a Suarez homer. And then a Eugenio Suarez single, as well as a double from Jay Bruce to count for all 4 runs. Pirates bounce back to tie it at 4, starting with a home run by Andrew McCutchen to lead off the 4th against Kivas Sampson. Sampson wound up going 5+ innings, 3 hits, 4 runs. He left with a 4-1 lead, but he walked the batter and gave up 2 hits in the 6th. All 3 of them scored. Since then, it's been a bullpen night. Cingrani, Diaz, Matthews, Contreras, Chapman, and here's Sam McCure, Chris.
Sam McCure comes in, having thrown the ball in 18 different innings, 17 games overall. Doesn't walk very many. He's only walked 6 in those 18 innings. And he will face 3, 4, and 5 in his Pirate order.
McCutchen, Ramirez, and Morse. McCutchen struck out against Sampson his first time up, then led off the 4th with a homer. Single to keep the rally going in the 6th, and hit a blistering line drive that Suarez flagged down at short in the 7th. And you can see the rain starting to come down a little harder. It was misting, and now it's a pretty solid rain. The forecast is for that rain to intensify as the night continues, and the rain pretty hard most of the day tomorrow.
Well, you know, the Reds have a choice to make. I mean, Brian Price did with having Aroldis Chapman come in and pitch a very easy 9th inning. Could have easily brought him back and here pitch in the 10th inning and then saved the rest of the bullpen for later if the Reds are unable to score, especially given the fact that you're facing 3, 4, and 5 in this inning.
3 balls, no strikes.
After all, after tonight, you've only got 2 games left in the season.
Got all winter to rest up. That's a strike. Magic number for the Pirates starting today. 2 to clinch home field advantage for that one-game playoff with the Cubs. Cubs are winning their game, leading 6-1 over Milwaukee. Now in the 8th. 3-1 from LeCure. And we'll go full 3-2. McCutchen has struck out once. Ramirez behind him has yet to be punched out, but the Reds have struck out 13 Pirate batters on this night. Sampson, 7 of them in 5+ innings of work. Barnhart sets up, down and away. That's a bouncer right back through the middle, a base hit. Even with De Jesus pinched towards the second base bag, that was hit so hard he had no choice. So a leadoff batter on in the 10th, and here comes Aramis Ramirez.
But now with McCutchen on base, you may be thinking, well, you know, he is a 5-tool player. Can he still run? Well, he has run less this year than he has ever run. He only has 11 bags stolen this year. Last year was his other low water mark at 18.
Some of that due to the injuries, and some of it also due to the fact that this team has evolved and there are other people that do steal bases, although this team does not steal anywhere near as much as the Reds. They have 98 stolen bases. They've been caught 44 times. The Reds have 134 stolen bases and have been caught fewer times, only 37. But when the game's on the line, you give that guy a crease and he'll take off. LeCure pretty good at holding runners. Ramirez first 2 times up robbed of extra base hits on outstanding defensive plays by Tyler Holt in center. His last 2 times up he walked. There are the career numbers for Aramis against Sam LeCure. LeCure to the stretch.
Big lead.
Runner not going. On the corner for a strike. 0-2.
Body language of Ramirez here tells you that not necessarily thinking that that pitch was a ball, but that Sam LeCure has abnormal movement on that pitch where he really starts it outside and comes back and clips the outside corner. When it leaves his hand, it looks like it's going to be 8 inches outside.
Oh, he had him leaning. Right, he gets back. Two former MVPs down at first. No balls, 2 strikes to Ramirez. Runner not going. Popped up. Is there going to be room? Barnhart back. It'll be in the seats. Look at the Pirates' success. We talked about their pitching. We talked about their bullpen. 36 and 17 in 1-run games this year. That's the best in Major League Baseball. And the bad news, over the last 3 years, no one has had more walk-off wins than they have. 29. Not going. Swing and a miss. First out of the 10th. Great spot, and you can't be afraid to throw it there with Barnhart behind the plate. He wasn't. Here's Michael Morse. Came in the 6th inning to pinch hit and walked, and then struck out in the 7th. Morse 1 for 2, a homer against LeCure. High 2-0. Travis Ishikawa on deck for the Buccos. That's what the pitcher spot do up next. Not going. Breaking ball in there. Clips the outside corner. Morse, your old style first ball fastball hitter. LeCure trying to keep him off balance. Stay away. See where Barnhart goes. A lot of respect between those two guys. Runner not going. Pitch hit hard down to second. 4, 6 on to first. Yes, the Reds turn the double play. Good job by LeCure. We're going to go to 11. Still tied at 4 here at PNC Park. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Playing extras here on this final weekend of the regular season. The Reds 4 runs, 10 hits in an error. The Pirates 4, 6 and 2. For those people joined us late, Chris, Kiva Sampson pitched 5 superb innings. Then in the 6th, he allowed a walk and 2 hits. He exited, so his line shows 5+. 3 hits, 4 runs, 7 strikeouts, and 2 walks. Your evaluation and your report card on him.
Well, George, better, but he's got a ways to go. I mean, 7 strikeouts. I like that part of it. There's no doubt about it. But, you know, if you're a 5-inning pitcher, some may say you fit right in nowadays. But I mean, you really got to have a chance to go deeper into the ball game, and it was a shame that the bullpen wasn't able to seal the deal, because his line would have looked a lot better. So, again, the scorecard and the score are one and the same thing. Bottom line is a bottom line.
Sean Rodriguez comes into play first. Outstanding defender. Rodriguez down at first. Bastardo's second inning of work. He had a 1-2-3-10th here in the 11th. The left fielder Adam Duvall will lead it off. Duvall tonight doubled in the first, struck out, walked, and struck out. They play him straight away in the infield, straight away in the outfield as well. Hit hard, past Ramirez into the left field corner. He'll hold up at first, so the leadoff hitter on for the Reds here in the 11th.
Well, I wonder if the Reds will do here what the Pirates decided not to do when they had a leadoff single from Andrew McCutchen. They had Ramos Ramirez coming up next. He ended up striking out against Sam LeCure, but I imagine this situation, because Ramon Cabrera is who he is and not a Ramos Ramirez, who'll be asked to lay down a bunt.
Here's Tucker Barnhart.
Oh, excuse me.
In Cabrera's spot.
Same deal.
Same deal. Barnhart, pretty good handler of the bat. Let's see if he is bunting. Shows bunt, and they'll toss over to first. So they got the indication of what his plans are.
That should make a difference. If you bunt it down the first baseline, it'll be hard for the pitcher to get to, and the first baseman will never get to it.
Up high for a ball. This is one of the reasons, Chris, why the Reds thought initially that they might, if the injury to his shoulder was not as serious as it proved to be, where it did need surgical repair, that they wanted to keep Billy Hamilton on the roster for just like a spot like this. Bunt down. They'll go to first and get the out. And the news is, some of you may have seen when we had Dr. Timothy Kremchek on, was that the cleanup job went fine. He should be fine and ready to go for the 2016 season. In fact, ready to go for some concerted work this offseason. Good job by Tucker Barnhart. Got the bunt down, so the go-ahead run sitting at second. And here's Skip Schumacher.
You know, Reds push this run across right here, and then they hold them in the bottom of the inning, and the Cubs hold on to win this game. It could make the next couple of ball games here in Pittsburgh a lot more interesting.
That's what everybody was hoping for when they came here. Schumacher, the Reds' best pinch hitter, and he spent almost this entire year as the #1 pinch hitter in the National League. Right now trailing Jacob Cruz by 1 for Reds single season pinch hit numbers.
The Reds have an option on Skip Schumacher for next year. Same price they're paying him this year. And no indication yet, at least according to Skip, whether the Reds have an inclination to pick up that option or not.
Consummate professional, valuable in the clubhouse, and depending on the makeup of this roster, could very well be a key member. That to be decided in an offseason where the Reds will huddle a couple of weeks after the season to plot out exactly what direction they'll go in. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, I'm sure that Skip, when he signed a couple of years ago, this 2-year deal with an option, expected to be in the postseason.
Yep. I mean, everybody gets their money these days, but the reason why you play deep into your career is to make it to the postseason. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Long stretch from Bastardo. Schumacher digs in. Duvall off second.
Fooled him with a fastball. I would have bet the ranch he was coming with a breaking ball. I think Schumacher was looking for that pitch, and he touches the outside corner with a heater, and that's a good one there.
Locked him up. At 93, locked him up, and there's 2 away. And here comes the leadoff hitter, Tyler Holt. Has not gotten a hit on this night. 2 outstanding defensive plays early in the game, pivotal to the Reds' early lead.
He looks a little like Zach Kozar.
He does. Looks like his younger brother, doesn't he? Bastardo to the stretch. Missing ball 1. Struck out, grounded out, bounced into a force play, and then stole a base. Bounced out and flied out. That's a strike. Game of opportunity, and Tyler feels that way about this opportunity to have the Reds see him at the major league level. Let's go Bucks, the chant here. The Reds hopeful of pushing across a go-ahead run. That's up high.
I mean, how many times do you see it really? I mean, if you're Tyler Holt, you got to be very thankful. But I mean, you get DFA'd, which is being designated for assignment. You're out there on the waiver wire. You get picked up. Next thing you know, you're starting in center field for the team that picked you up. That doesn't happen very often.
2-1. Two balls, 2 strikes to Holt. Two in the 11th with the go-ahead run sitting at second. Yes, missing will go full 3-2.
Bastardo, when he has needed a big pitch, he's gone with that high fastball. Something that Holt could poke into right field if it is on the outer part of the plate. Boy, how do you walk Tyler Holt only to have to pitch to Joey Votto?
Woo. An opportunity for the Reds here in the 11th. Holt marches down to first. Well, here comes Joey tonight. He bounced out, reached on an infield hit, struck out twice, and then bounced out his last time up. For Joey, included in this night was that base hit that stretched his consecutive on-base streak to 58, tying Pete Rose. Missing wide, ball 1.
Well, no help up in the Pirates bullpen. It is all on Bastardo.
Duvall average speed out at second with the go-ahead run.
Yeah, but 2 outs. Where the outfield is playing right now, no way they're going to throw him out.
Waves at a swing and a miss.
Boy, it's the first time in a month that Votto has chased something outside the strike zone. He's like, hey, Fink, what are you doing? What's going on inside there?
Bastardo to the stretch. That hit him. So Joey will force the go-ahead run down to third. Bastardo clips him on the arm, and that'll put the bases loaded, and a guy who's had a rough night tonight, Todd Frazier, to the plate. 3 strikeouts, 0 for 5, and out comes Ray Searage to talk to his left-hander.
This is more of a settled down meeting right here for Ray Searage and Bastardo than anything else. Where Searage has really just improved his stature as a pitching coach in the years that he's been at Pittsburgh. Jim Benedict is also a pitching coach in a Pittsburgh organization who is usually down in the minor leagues. He spends a lot of time down in Bradenton, and he concentrates a lot on the pitchers and their mechanics. But as far as game strategy, preparation, Searage is about as good as it gets when it comes to pitching coaches.
Ray Searage reminds you a lot of Don Gullit, doesn't he? I mean, the way he approaches his pitches.
Yeah, he sure does.
The way he deals with them, and the way he tries to teach them how to win, not just mechanics, but how to win.
What an opportunity here for Frazier to turn things around and put a big smile on his face.
One swing can change his whole night. That's a fly ball to the right side. It'll be out of play in the seats.
It's been a tough couple of months for Todd.
He gave the Reds maybe their most exciting moment of the season at the All-Star break with the home run derby. The second half has been a challenge for him.
Well, he's had as many home runs combined in August and September that he did in either May or June. In fact, fewer. He had 8 home runs in August and September combined. He had 9 in both May and 9 in June. But he doesn't need a home run here. Just a base hit would do. Grind it out right to the very end.
Frazier 1 for 4. That one was a homer against Bastardo coming into tonight. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bastardo to the stretch. 3 runners lead off their bases. That's hit high in the air to right center field. McCutchen on the horse at the warning track. 1 step from the wall, hauls it in. Big swing from Frazier, but McCutchen tracks it down against the wall in right center. The Reds leave them loaded, and we're still tied at 4. Park in Pittsburgh. Bottom of inning number 11. Intermittent showers for the better part of the last hour. And the end result, a 4-4 ball game in The wind keeps picking up. Originally a light 8 to 10 mile an hour winds, probably 15 to 20 miles an hour right now. Originally blowing towards the right field line, now blowing almost straight in. Colin Ballister will be the next pitcher for the Reds.
Pitcher number 8 for Brian Price. Sam LeCure pitched a shutout inning, as did Chapman and Contreras. This was a game that was started by Kivas Sampson, who seemingly was in big-time control until the 6th inning rolled around. For Ballister, the bottom half of the order.
Here's the pinch hitter in the pitcher spot. Travis Ishikawa will lead it off as we go to the bottom of 11. Ishikawa, then the catcher Cervelli, and then the shortstop Jordy Mercer. Ishikawa, 5 for 21 as a pinch hitter this year. Guy who came up in the San Francisco organization, traded away, came back, got a chance to be part of a World Series team as well, and finding a second half of the season home here in Pittsburgh. For the Reds, Sampson, Cingrani, Diaz, Matthews, Contreras, Chapman, LeCure, and here in the 11th, Colin Ballister. Talk about it so often, Chris. There's a walk to the leadoff hitter here in the 11th. The game of opportunity, and for the Reds, this host of young rookie pitchers, 108 games started by rookie pitchers, 62 straight, getting opportunities that they might not get in any other year on any other team. It's the same story in the bullpen. I mean, Colin Ballister's on that same list.
Well, he's not a young kid, but he is a young man trying to stay in the major leagues. 29 years old, from Huntington Beach, California, originally drafted by the Expos. So that makes 2 players on this Reds team that were drafted by the real Montreal Expos. Made the major leagues in 2008 when he was 22 years old as a starter for the Nationals. They're going to bunt Cervelli here.
So here's Cervelli digging in, and they'll toss over to first.
Didn't look like it. He did not look like he was squaring around.
High 1 ball. Ballister.
Are you surprised that they're not trying to sacrifice him over to second base?
Very much so. You would think. Now they didn't do it with Ramirez. You could maybe understand that. I don't know the last time he had a sacrifice, but with Cervelli, yes. Ballister to the stretch, and they'll toss over.
And that time Cervelli maybe did sneak up the bat a little bit.
Good speed with Keon Broxton, the pinch runner, down at first. Had a pretty good lead that time. That's a lead. Big lead for Broxton. Well, a good lead and a good throw the last 2 times might have had him.
Very difficult, though, to pick off a runner at first base with a right-handed throwing first baseman. Because he's got a long way to go. That throw has to be right on the money.
Runner not going. That's a strike.
Especially when you have the first baseman, the way Votto does, he plays a step or 2 in front of the bag. And in order to tag the runner, he's got to really turn almost completely around backhand in order to get that tag down. So the only way you're really going to pick off a runner is when he's going to second base and you get him leaning.
That's a big lead. Not going, pitch wide. Barnhart has thrown out 15 of 32 who have tried to steal. 29% on the season. You would figure either a sacrifice early in this count or a stolen base attempt. Neither one so far. There he goes. Fouled off.
Boy, he's fast.
Final Cubs have won their game over Milwaukee. So the magic number staying at 2. An important night tonight for the Pirates, trying to lower that magic number to 1. Runner not going this time. Bounce down to second. 4, 6. Yes, sirree, 3. They turn 2 and erase the runner. Well, those of you that believe in the sacrifice bunt or the stolen base, neither one executed. End result, a ground ball double play and the base runner erased. Second double play for the Reds, 4-6-3, started by Ivan De Jesus Jr.
I mean, the Pirates have won 96 games, so they got to be doing something right. So
here's Jordy Mercer, the shortstop. Mercer singled in the
he's
time
going to
run.
punt.
I figure that out. Mercer one hit on the day. It was a big one back in the 6th inning. Base hit to right that plated the tying run, tied it at 4, and we've been sitting there since the 6th in that 4-4 tie. That's in there for a strike. 0-2. Half the infield, 2 steps towards the dugout. No call from the home plate umpire, Tim Timmons, so we'll try it again. 1 ball, 2 strikes as Ballister peers in for his sign from Barnhart. Did he go? Says Mike Everett. Josh Harrison hitting in the 9th spot on deck. That's a call, strike 3. So leadoff walk, no harm thanks to the double play. Reds go back to work. We go to the 12th. Still tied at 4. Park in Pittsburgh. The faithful, the Reds have out-hit the Pirates 11-6. But tied at 4 since the 6th inning, and Archimedes Camaro will come in and take over on the mound for the Buccos. As we go to the 12th, with Ivan De Jesus Jr. due to lead it off, Bruce and Suarez due to follow. And if you're just flipping around the dial and just joining us, the Reds led 4-0, scoring twice in the 2nd inning on a base hit by Bruce, and a Suarez home run is 13. They led 4-0 after the 3rd with a run scoring double by Bruce and a run scoring single by Suarez again. That's the end of the scoring for the Reds. Reds led 4-0 until the 4th when Andrew McCutchen homered off Kivas Sampson. Sampson allowed only that 1 run through the first 5 and then gave up 2 hits and a walk to load the bases in the 6th. Bullpen couldn't close the door. A bases loaded walk and a base hit tied the game at 4, and that's where we are. Here's Ivan De Jesus. 2 plate appearances. While he was in there, Brandon Phillips was 2 for 4 and left the game with a pulled muscle in the leg, and De Jesus came in for him in the 7th inning. It's a bouncer down to 3rd. Quick flip across to Sean Rodriguez, and there's 1 away here in the 12th.
Now, the one thing that Caminero will test you is whether you can hit a fastball or not, because he has got a good fastball. Averages about 98 miles an hour on that heater, and he throws it a lot. He'll also cut that fastball. That's his 2nd favorite pitch, along with a little split finger fastball. And how about Jay Bruce going the other way?
How often has that guy done that to the Reds this year? Starling Marte, another brilliant catch, diving in left field. He won a game against the Reds last month or in August with a catch just like that to end the game. And this almost similar, Chris. Outstanding defensive catch, maybe the best 3 defensive outfielders on any one team in all of baseball, and Marte does it again. And this is on a wet field too. It's been raining for over an hour. Not an easy play, a lot tougher than what might be on a normal night. So 2 away on a great play by Marte. I mean, either Marte or Polanco could be the center fielder. McCutchen is here, but all 3 of them have center field capabilities. Here's Suarez, big swing of the night, his homer in the 2nd. For the shortstop that came over from Detroit, he's shown some uncommon power this year. I'll give Jim Leyland credit. He said after the deal was made and the Reds picked up Suarez, he said he's going to be a starter someplace. He said he can hit and he can play short, and both have proven to be true since getting a chance when Zach Cozart went down with a knee injury. Overall 2 for 5 and 3 runs batted in. 3 balls, 1 strike. Look, judge for yourself. Looked a little low. Full count, 3-2. Dribble it down to short. Off balance throw. He does it nice, doesn't he? Mercer, fine play. One shortstop gets the other. Josh Harrison leads it off when we return. that rain in Baltimore. Yankees were rained out today. LA beat Texas 2-1, and Kansas City beat Minnesota 3-1. So right now, New York has already clinched the wild card spot. Houston has the second spot. Los Angeles, with their victory, now only a half game back, and Minnesota a game and a half back after losing today. That's the American League wild card story. And of course, Texas does not clinch as well the division with that 2-1 loss. And as we told you, the Cubs continue to keep the pressure on, 6-1 over Milwaukee. So right now the magic number remains 2 for the Pirates at this moment to clinch home field advantage in that one-game playoff with Joe Madden and the resurgent Cubs. Here's Josh Harrison in the 9th spot in the order. Struck out, flied out, 0 for 2. Ballister delivers, adds up and in. The line score on this one, 4 runs, 11 hits. And 11 left for the Reds, 4 runs, 6 hits, and 7 left for the Buccos. Harrison, Cincinnati native, of course, Princeton High School, and a guy who gave this club juice. What a catch by Suarez at short.
Perfect timing.
Whoa, second line drive robbing of a hit by Suarez at short.
Boy, Harrison all over it.
Good job by the Red shortstop. So 1 away here in the 12th. Back to the top of the order. Here's Polanco. Polanco singled in the 7th. His lone time on base in now 6 plate appearances. Polanco's contribution to the night on what looked like a base hit from Kiva Sampson and a run scoring base hit. He threw him out at first, so instead of an RBI by Sampson, Polanco from right field threw him out by a step at first base. Big time arm from number 25, Chris.
Or believe it.
Marte on deck. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, usually when a guy gets thrown out at first base, it's more of a reason for just some laughing conversation about it than actually that would have a bearing on the ball game like it has in this ball game. That's a defensive play of the game so far.
And second time he's done it in a month. 3 balls, 1 strike.
You don't see it as often anymore now that there are very few AstroTurf fields.
And here's Polanco, who's got some base stealing ability with 1 out in the 12th, marching down to first after the walk. And here comes Marte. Seems every time you turn around, Chris, it's Marte. McCutcheon, Ramirez coming back. Marte tonight started the rally against Kiva Sampson in the 6th. He led off with a bunt hit. That rally produced all 4 runs for these Buccos. You expect something early if he's going to be going. Fly ball, right field. Looking back is Bruce. Looking up, it is gone. Starling Marte has beaten the Reds with his glove on a bottom of the 9th inning diving catch in Cincinnati, and he beats the Reds with this home run in the 12th that gives the Buccos a 6-4 win over the Reds. And in the last 3 years, these Pirates have more walk-off victories than anybody else. This is their 30th walk-off win. They reduced their magic number to 1 on this swing, Chris.
It's a good-looking swing right there. Ballister got the ball up, and even though the Pirates have only picked up 7 hits on the night overall, this long ball by Marte is the one that did it. and they are one step closer to hosting that wild card game right here at PNC Park next week.
Now Starling Marte delivers his 19th home run. The 2 runs batted in give him 81 for the season, and the Buccos celebrate here at home at PNC Park with a 6-4 walk-off victory here in the 12th inning. His 3rd career walk-off home run and the 30th in the last 3 years for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Coming up next, Reds Live postgame, sponsored by Performance Kings Honda.